Yeah, let's see if we can be helpful here. Okay, so this Discord thing is supposed to be. I don't know if I'm revealing more than I should, but this is something that I immediately noticed. File bug reports here. Okay, so if you have time to do it in the proper format, please do check bug reports format channel for the same. Right. Now, I used to work for Linen Lab, and this is like a big complaint of customers. I don't know if the company would benefit, or the company that, or Plarium would benefit at all from this, but as a grunt at the very bottom at Linen Lab taking incoming calls. And it, it has to do with Linen Lab having a lot of people that really, or most of the people at Linen Lab don't even play the games or play the, they just play them at the basic player level, and they have no idea. They may not even play them at a level that they would ever detect a bug. And those are the employees. And I really don't know. I really doubt. It doesn't seem like, when I look at the design of Mech Arena, I see some smart people with brains, were doing this. I mean, the first time I opened it, and so I could say this of some other Plarium products, and I was like, I wanted to share with some of the people that are working with the Sansar product now. I just haven't had the time, but Linen Lab they got millions of dollars of investment for this product, Sansar. Don't put it on your computer because it'll overheat it. And also, there's no guarantee. The way Sansar is if you make stuff on there, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to continue to keep it or anything like that, or get any benefit from it, unfortunately. But having said that, I mean, if you've got a really high-end computer, I love Sansar. I really support the product, but it had such bad management. Well, I don't even want to say, I mean, some of the management was definitely bad. Like in my office, both of my supervisor, the head of VP for product or whatever, was his business background was that he was a cable internet installation guy. And he hired as a manager under him a guy that was his management background was DVD rental, like Blockbuster or whatever. They still have that. I guess he was like, abandoned ship. So and like they he would do, like, the top vice president, VP for VP. They got multi-million-dollar investors. This is kind of funny, so I'll go ahead and tell the story. This guy Patch Linden for Second Life and Sansar, the vice president for product or whatever like that, cable internet installation guy. He's doing his management, and what that consisted of, my observation was that, and he came in. Usually he was not at work. Okay, but then he came in. And watched very intently his computer and was, looking at something in there, and, very intently for a number of days. And then he shut down support for the entire company to convene a big meeting, top level, everybody top to bottom in there. And after waiting all that time, he had been watching the security cam for somebody to pick his nose and eat a booger. And I never knew that was such a matter of profound interest, So that's why I want to do it here. I'll pick a booger. Delicious. But this guy's getting 6 figures for Linen Lab management, vice president for product, and he shuts down support for the entire. This is a global, as a global user base, shuts down support to convene a meeting about a guy picking his nose and eating it. Just rock like the lowest possible technical support guy. And I was sitting in that room in that meeting with all the staff around the table from end to end, and we're watching the security video of the booger picking, And I was thinking in my mind, you're fired. But, he was fired in my heart. Really. And from then on, it was just no wonder this product is sinking. But I'm getting off track. The statement I wanted to make is that I don't know what's going on with Plarium, but you at least ought to have some PR out here, like a community manager or whatever that pops in from time to time that looks in here and sees, well, this is, because my input, I don't have time for this, really. I really don't. To come in and file bug reports according to whatever bug report system. There's a whole a series you do to replicate exactly what you're doing. So you need to do probably a screen capture video of it, and everything like that, and send it in. But to me, it's already, the sound thing. Okay, on my stream, it's, the first thing that happened when the sound screwed up is there's some rifle that was blazing. It's blowing out my eardrums. That's very bad. That should be, you should instantly be aware of that and instantly get on top of that. But anyway, I just turned mine down. I don't care if the sound's there at all. Actually, it's interesting to play without sound. But for some people, this sound is a very big thing, obviously, from what they're talking in here. But I just thought it was weird that I should be able to type Hebrew. I should be, I'm not, I try to type Hebrew in chat. I can type Chinese, right? Very, very well. No problem typing Chinese. But, I don't know. Is it because there's not... Yeah. There's not enough of people that need to type Hebrew? Because English is still, the main thing everybody's speaking. Written in Latin characters from the Roman Empire. Yeah, great. Yeah, they need to fix that. One of my things is that, I'm in here because my daughter is playing games very seriously and watches them every day. But in my family, we have people that were involved in the preservation of Yiddish, and I know some people don't care. But I care, and but the course of my life, there was not a lot of money to be earned, in preserving Yiddish culture. Unfortunately, because there's nobody there. They're dead. But as I get along in years, yeah, I look back and I go, well, there was money in me learning to speak and type and read Chinese. There was money in it, a lot. And so here I am at my age. Uh, I need my daughter to see Yiddish. I need her to learn Yiddish, right? But I've taught her more about typing Chinese because I flat, know more about it. And that, as you start to get along in years, all of a sudden you're just like, it's heartbreaking, So yeah, that's my statement for the day. I want Yiddish to be. I want to be able to type Yiddish in the chat. Yeah, so people go, what's he talking about? And then they'll go and research it and they'll be like, oh, there's a language out there that they speak. And it's Yiddish and it's there. And if you don't know how to speak it, you don't know what they're talking about. I like that. That's part of why people, try to learn it. And that's part of why I learned Chinese, because I was like, look at all these people that are talking this stuff and they're writing all this stuff and I can't read it. Jack London wrote an essay called "The Yellow Peril," and he was like, "We're gonna have to kill all the Chinese because everybody gonna be able to read their stuff." He literally said that. Don't take my word for it. Go and read it. "The Yellow Peril." It's in one of his collections of essays and stories, including the Unparalleled Invasion. And his proposal in the Unparalleled Invasion is that, and this is important, place Jack London really in his milieu and realize who and where he was, and that in his story, the Unparalleled Invasion, he proposed that the solution, the final solution to the Chinese question, was biological and chemical weapons to gas and poison them all, because nobody else is ever going to be able to understand them, and they're going to use up all the resources because they're industrious. He really says that. And then you realize, there's sort of the point where you realize, well, the Germans, the Nazis or whatever, they're really, aghast and an admiration of who? Of England and the United States. Right? And their ideology is really emerging from that. The swastika is really just sort of an intellectual flourish for just Americanism. Kill everybody and steal everything. That's what America's all about. There's all these people here, and if they're all dead, then we can all live here and have a big bonanza and a lot of money to be made and stuff like that. And that's what the United States is based on. There's a big kind of impetus to keep that going, but we're coming to really dangerous precipice here. All right, Mech Arena. Let's see. See, I don't stay on. Oh wait, did I go up a bracket? Not really. Oh wait. Okay, I don't have a disk launcher. I don't have an Arc Torrent. Don't plan to get one yet. I moved up a bracket to expert. Okay. So I'm always going up and down and up. Pro Kevin, let's see what he said. Okay, belly up, I'm going. I sort of like that name. Belly up.
And declare, now that this has touched your lips, your guilt shall depart and your sin be purged away. Then I heard the voice of my Lord saying, whom shall I send? Who will go for us? And I said, here am I, send me. And he said, go, say to that people, hear, indeed, but do not understand. See, indeed, but do not grasp. Dull that people's mind, stop its ears, and seal its eyes lest, seeing with its eyes and hearing with its ears, it also grasp with its mind, and repent and save itself. I asked, how long, my Lord? And he replied, till towns lie waste without inhabitants and houses without people, and the ground lies waste and desolate, for the Lord will banish the population and deserted sites are many in the midst of the land. But while a tenth part yet remains in it, it shall repent. It shall be ravaged like the terebinth and the oak, of which stumps are left even when they are felled, its stump shall be a holy seed. 7 In the reign of Ahaz son of Jotham son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah son of Remaliah of Israel marched upon Jerusalem to attack it,
Right now.
but they were not able to attack it. Now, when it was reported to the house of David that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, their hearts and the hearts of their people trembled as trees of the forest sway before a wind. But the Lord said to Isaiah, go out with your son Shear-Jashub to meet Ahaz at the end of the conduit of the upper pool, by the road of the fuller's field.
That was so
and
lame.
say to him, be firm and be calm. Do not be afraid and do not lose heart on account of those 2 smoking stubs of firebrands, on account of the raging of Rezin and his Arameans and the son of Remaliah. Because the Arameans of Ephraim and the son of Remaliah Abbe plot against you, saying, we will march against Judah and invade and conquer it, and we will set up as king in it the son of Tabeel. Thus said my Lord God, it shall not succeed, it shall not come to pass. For the chief city of Aram is Damascus, and the chief of Damascus is Rezin. The chief city of Ephraim is Samaria, and the chief of Samaria is the son of Remaliah. And in another 65 years, Ephraim shall be shattered as a people. If you will not believe, for you cannot be trusted. The Lord spoke further to Ahaz, ask for a sign from the Lord your God, anywhere down to Sheol or up to the sky. But Ahaz replied, I will not ask, and I will not test the Lord. Listen, house of David, Isaiah retorted, is it not enough for you to treat men as helpless that you also treat my God as helpless? Assuredly, my Lord will give you a sign of his own accord. Look, the young woman is with child and about to give birth to a son. Let her name him Emmanuel. By the time he learns to reject the bad and choose the good, people will be feeding on curds and honey. For before the lad knows to reject the bad and choose the good, the ground whose 2 kings you dread shall be abandoned. The Lord will cause to come upon you and your people and your ancestral house such days as never have come since Ephraim turned away from Judah had self-same king of Assyria. In that day, the Lord will whistle to the flies at the ends of the water channels of Egypt and to the bees in the land of Assyria. And they shall all come and delight in the rugged wadis, and in the clefts of the rocks, and in all the thorn brakes, and in all the watering places. In that day, my Lord will cut away with the razor that is hired beyond the Euphrates if the king of Assyria he hair of the head and the hair of the legs, and it shall clip off the beard as well. And in that day, each man shall save alive a heifer of the herd and 2 animals of the flock. And he shall obtain so much milk that he shall eat curds. Thus everyone who is left in the land shall feed on curds and honey. For in that day, every spot where there could stand 1,000 vines worth 1,000 shekels of silver shall become a wilderness of thorn bush and thistle. One will have to go there with bow and arrows, for the country shall be all thorn bushes and thistles. But the perils of thorn bush and thistle shall not spread to any of the hills that could only be tilled with a hoe. and here cattle shall be let loose, and sheep and goats and shall tramp about. 8 The Lord said to me, Get yourself a large sheet and write on it in common script A for Meir Shalal-Hash-Baz. And call reliable witnesses, the priest Uriah and Zechariah son of Berechiah, to witness for me. I was intimate with the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. And the Lord said to me, Name him Meir Shalal-Hash-Baz. For before the boy learns to call father and mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoils of Samaria, and the delights of Rezin and of the son of Remaliah, shall be carried off before the king of Assyria. Again the Lord spoke to me, thus, because that people has spurned the gently flowing waters of Solim assuredly, my Lord will bring up against them the mighty, massive waters of the Euphrates, the king of Assyria and all his multitude. It shall rise above all its channels, and flow over all its beds, and swirl through Judah like a flash flood reaching up to the neck. But with us is God, whose wings are spread as wide as your land is broad. Band together, O peoples, you shall be broken. Listen to this, you remotest parts of the earth, gird yourselves, you shall be broken. Gird yourselves, you shall be broken. Hatch a plot, ye shall be foiled. Agree on action, ye shall not succeed. For with us is God. For this is what the Lord said to me, when he took me by the hand and charged me not to walk in the path of that people. You must not call conspiracy all that people calls conspiracy, nor revere what it reveres, nor hold it in awe. None but the Lord of hosts shall you account holy. Give reverence to him alone, hold him alone in awe. He shall be for a sanctuary, a stone men strike against, a rock men stumble over for the 2 houses of Israel, and a trap and a snare for those who dwell in Jerusalem. The masses shall trip over these and shall fall and be injured, shall be snared and be caught. Bind up the message, seal the instruction with my disciples. So I will wait for the Lord, who is hiding his face from the house of Jacob, and I will trust in him. Here stand I and the children the Lord has given me as signs and portents in Israel from the Lord of hosts, who dwells on Mount Zion. Now, should people say to you, Inquire of the ghosts and familiar spirits that chirp and moan. For people may inquire of its divine beings after the dead on behalf of the living for instruction and message. Surely, for one who speaks thus there shall be no dawn. And he shall go about in it wretched and hungry. And when he is hungry, he shall rage and revolt against his king and his divine beings. And he may turn his face upward or he may look below, but behold, distress and darkness, with no daylight, and straightness and gloom, with no dawn. And for if there were to be any break of day for that land which is in straits, only the former king would have brought abasement to the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, while the later one would have brought honor to the way of the sea, the other side of the Jordan, and Galilee of the nations. 9 The people that walked in darkness have seen a brilliant light. On those who dwelt in a land of gloom light has dawned. You have magnified that nation, have given it great joy. They have rejoiced before you as they rejoice at reaping time, as they exult when dividing spoil. For the yoke that they bore and the stick on their back, the rod of their taskmaster, you have broken as on the day of Midian. Truly, all the boots put on to stamp with sea and all the garments donned in infamy have been fed to the flames, devoured by fire. For a child has been born to us, a son has been given us, and authority has settled on his shoulders. He has been named the Mighty God, is planning grace. The Eternal Father, a peaceable ruler and token of abundant authority and of peace without limit upon David's throne and kingdom, that it may be firmly established in justice and in equity now and evermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts shall bring this to pass. My Lord let loose a word against Jacob, and it fell upon Israel. But all the people noted Ephraim and the inhabitants of Samaria in arrogance and haughtiness. Bricks have fallen, will rebuild with dressed stone. Sycamores have been felled, will grow cedars instead. So the Lord let the enemies of Rezin triumph over it, and stirred up its foes Aram from the east and Philistia from the west, who devoured Israel with greedy mouths. Yet his anger has not turned back, and his arm is outstretched still. For the people has not turned back to him who struck it and has not sought the Lord of hosts. So the Lord will cut off from Israel head and tail, palm branch and reed, in a single day. Elders and magnates such are the heads. Prophets who give false instruction, such are the tails. That people's leaders have been misleaders, so they that are led have been confused. That is why my Lord will not spare their youths, nor show compassion to their orphans and widows. For all are ungodly and wicked, and every mouth speaks impiety. Already wickedness has blazed forth like a fire, devouring thorn and thistle. It has kindled the thickets of the wood, which have turned into billowing smoke. Yet his anger has not turned back, and his arm is outstretched still. Held by the fury of the Lord of hosts, the earth was shaken. Next, the people became like devouring fire, no man spared his countrymen. They snatched on the right, but remained hungry, and consumed on the left without being sated. Each devoured the flesh of his own kindred, and Manasseh Ephraim's, and Ephraim Manasseh's, and both of them against Judah. Yet his anger has not turned back, and his arm is outstretched still. 10 hectares. Those who write out evil writs and compose iniquitous documents, to subvert the cause of the poor, to rob of their rights the needy of my people. That widows may be their spoil, and fatherless children their booty. What will you do on the day of punishment, when the calamity comes from afar? To whom will you flee for help, and how will you save your carcasses from collapsing under fellow prisoners, from falling beneath the slain? Yet his anger has not turned back, and his arm is outstretched still. Assyria, rod of my anger, in whose hand, as a staff, is my fury. I send him against an ungodly nation, I charge him against a people that provokes me, to take its spoil and to seize its booty and to make it a thing trampled like the mire of the streets. But he has evil plans, his mind harbors evil designs. For he means to destroy, to wipe out nations, not a few. For he thinks, after all, I have kings as my captains. Was Calno any different from Carchemish? Or Hamath from Arpad? Or Samaria from Damascus? Since I was able to seize the insignificant kingdoms, whose images exceeded Jerusalem's and Samaria's, shall I not do to Jerusalem and her images what I did to Samaria and her idols? But when my Lord has carried out all his purpose on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, he will punish the majestic pride and overbearing arrogance of the king of Assyria. For he thought, by the might of my hand have I wrought it, by my skill, for I am clever, I have erased the borders of peoples. I have plundered their treasures, and exiled their vast populations. I was able to seize, like a nest, the wealth of peoples. As one gathers abandoned eggs, so I gathered all the earth, nothing so much as flapped a wing or opened a mouth to peep. Does an axe boast over him who hews with it, or a saw magnify itself above him who wields it? As though the rod raised him who lifts it, as though the staff lifted the man.
Yeah, I really need that.
Assuredly, the sovereign Lord of hosts will send a wasting away in its fatness. And under its body shall burn a burning like that of fire, destroying brain and flesh. It shall be like a sick man who pines away. The light of Israel will be fire and its Holy One flame. It will burn and consume its thorns and its thistles in a single day, and the mass of its scrub and its farmland. What trees remain of its scrub shall be so few that a boy may record them. And in that day, the remnant of Israel and the escaped of the house of Jacob shall lean no more upon him that beats it, but shall lean sincerely on the Lord, the Holy One of Israel. Only a remnant shall return, only a remnant of Jacob, to mighty God. Even if your people, O Israel, should be as the sands of the sea, only a remnant of it shall return. Destruction is decreed. Retribution comes like a flood. For my Lord God of hosts is carrying out a decree of destruction upon all the land. Assuredly, thus said my Lord God of hosts, O my people that dwells in Zion, have no fear of Assyria, who beats you with a rod and wields his staff over you as did the Egyptians. For very soon my wrath will have spent itself, and my anger that was bent on wasting them. The Lord of hosts will brandish a scourge over him as when he beat Midian at the rock of Orb, and will wield his staff as he did over the Egyptians by the sea. And in that day, his burden shall drop from your back, and his yoke from your neck. The yoke shall be destroyed because of fatness. He advanced upon Aa, he proceeded to Migron, at Michmash he deposited his baggage. They made the crossing. Jeba is to be our night quarters. And Ramah was alarmed. Gibeah of Saul took to flight. Give a shrill cry, O Bath Galim. Hearken, Lashah. Take up the cry, Anaphith. Madmenah ran away. The dwellers of Jebim sought refuge. The same day at Nob he shall stand and wave his hand. O Mount of fair Zion. O Hill of Jerusalem. Lo! The sovereign Lord of hosts will hew off the tree crowns with an axe, the tall ones shall be felled, the lofty ones cut down, the thickets of the forest shall be hacked away with iron, and the Lebanon trees shall fall in their majesty. P11 But a shoot shall grow out of the stump of Jesse, a twig shall sprout from his stalk. The Spirit of the Lord shall alight upon him, a spirit of wisdom and insight, a spirit of counsel and valor, a spirit of devotion and reverence for the Lord. He shall sense the truth by his reverence for the Lord, he shall not judge by what his eyes behold, nor decide by what his ears perceive. Thus he shall judge the poor with equity and decide with justice for the lowly of the land. He shall strike down the land with the rod of his mouth and slay the wicked with the breath of his lips.
It's Mozambique.
Justice
What you doing,
shall
Mozambique?
be the girdle of his loins,
Welcome
and
to my crib.
faithfulness the girdle of his waist.
Always glad to see
The
you.
wolf shall
Now,
dwell
Clotted
with the
Cream
lamb,
is trying to
the
get
leopard
across.
lie down with the kid. The cat,
Very
the beast
Bautesque.
of
I
prey,
don't think
and
I
the
have.
fatling see together, with the little boy to herd them. The cow and the bear shall graze, their
This
young
guy.
shall lie down together. And the lion, like the ox, shall eat straw. A babe shall play over a viper's hole, and an infant pass his hand over an adder's den. In all of my sacred mountain nothing evil or vile shall be done. For the land shall be filled with devotion to the Lord as water covers the sea. In that day, the stock of Jesse that has remained standing shall become a standard to peoples. Nations shall seek his counsel and his abode shall be honored. In that day, my Lord will apply his hand again to redeeming the other part of his people from Assyria, as also from Egypt, Pathros, Nubia, Elam, Shinar, Hamath, and the coastlands. He will hold up a signal to the nations and assemble the banished of Israel, and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Then Ephraim's envy shall cease and Judah's harassment shall end. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not harass Ephraim. They shall pounce on the back of Philistia to the west, and together plunder the peoples of the east. Edom and Moab shall be subject to them, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. The Lord will dry up the tongue of the Egyptian sea. He will raise his hand over the Euphrates with the might of his wind and break it into 7 wadis, so that it can be trodden dry-shod. Thus there shall be a highway for the other part of his people out of Assyria, such as there was for Israel when it left the land of Egypt. 12 inches that day, you shall say, I give thanks to you, O Lord. Although you were wroth with me, your wrath has turned back and you comfort me. Behold the God who gives me triumph. I am confident, unafraid. For Yah the Lord is my strength and might, and he has been my deliverance. Joyfully shall you draw water from the fountains of triumph, and you shall say on the day, Praise the Lord, proclaim his name. Make his deeds known among the peoples. Declare that his name is exalted. Him the Lord, for he has done gloriously. Let this be made known in all the world. Oh, shout for joy, you who dwell in Zion. For great in your midst is the Holy One of Israel. 13 The Babylon pronouncement, a prophecy of Isaiah son of Amoz. Raise a standard upon a bare hill, cry aloud to them. Wave a hand, and let them enter the gates of the nobles. I have summoned my purified guests to execute my wrath. Behold, I have called my stalwarts, my proudly exultant ones. Hark! A tumult on the mountains as of a mighty force. Hark! An uproar of kingdoms, nations assembling. The Lord of hosts is mustering a host for war. They come from a distant land, from the end of the sky, the Lord with the weapons of his wrath to ravage all the earth. Howl! For the day of the Lord is near. It shall come like havoc from Shaddai. Therefore all hands shall grow limp, and all men's hearts shall sink. And, overcome by terror, they shall be seized by pangs and throes, right like a woman in travail. They shall gaze at each other in horror, their faces livid with fright. Lo! The day of the Lord is coming with pitiless fury and wrath, to make the earth a desolation, to wipe out the sinners upon it. The stars and constellations of heaven shall not give off their light. The sun shall be dark when it rises, and the moon shall diffuse no glow. And I will requite to the world its evil, and to the wicked their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and humble the haughtiness of tyrants. I will make people scarcer than fine gold, and men than gold of Ophir. Therefore shall heaven be shaken, and earth leap out of its place, at the fury of the Lord of hosts on the day of his burning wrath. Then like gazelles that are chased, and like sheep that no man gathers, each man shall turn back to his people, they shall flee every one to his land. All who remain shall be pierced through, all who are caught shall fall by the sword. And their babes shall be dashed to pieces in their sight, their homes shall be plundered, and their wives shall be raped. Behold, I stir up the maids against them, who do not value silver or delight in gold. Their bows shall shatter the young. They shall show no pity to infants, they shall not spare the children. And Babylon, glory of kingdoms, proud splendor of the Chaldeans, shall become like Sodom and Gomorrah overturned by God. Nevermore shall it be settled nor dwelt in through all the ages. No Arab shall pitch his tent there, no shepherds make flocks lie down there. But beasts shall lie down there, and the houses be filled with owls. There shall ostriches make their home, and there shall satyrs dance. And jackals shall abide in its castles, and dragons in the palaces of pleasure. Her hour is close at hand. Her days will not be long. 14 But the Lord will pardon Jacob, and will again choose Israel, and will settle them on their own soil. And strangers shall join them and shall cleave to the house of Jacob. For peoples shall take them and bring them to their homeland. And the house of Israel shall possess them as slaves and handmaids on the soil of the Lord. They shall be captors of their captors and masters to their taskmasters. And when the Lord has given you rest from your sorrow and trouble, and from the hard service that you were made to serve, you shall recite this song of scorn over the king of Babylon. How is the taskmaster vanished? How is oppression ended? The Lord has broken the staff of the wicked, the rod of tyrants, that smote peoples in wrath with stroke unceasing, that belabored nations in fury and relentless pursuit. All the earth is calm, untroubled. Loudly it cheers. Even pines rejoice at your fate, and cedars of Lebanon, now that you have lain down, none shall come up to fell us. Sheol below was astir to greet your coming, rousing for you the shades of all earth's chieftains, raising from their thrones all the kings of nations. All speak up and say to you, so you have been stricken as we were, you have become like us. Your pomp is brought down to Sheol, and the strains of your lutes. Worms are to be your bed, maggots your blanket. How are you fallen from heaven, O shining one, son of dawn? How are you fell to earth, O vanquisher of nations? Once you thought in your heart, I will climb to the sky. Higher than the stars of God I will set my throne. I will sit in the mount of assembly, on the summit of Zaphon, I will mount the back of a cloud, I will match the Most High. Instead, you are brought down to Sheol, to the bottom of the pit. They who behold you stare. They peer at you closely. Is this the man who shook the earth, who made mountains tremble, who made the world like a waste and wrecked its towns, who never released his prisoners to their homes? All the kings of nations were laid, every one, in honor each in his tomb. While you were left lying unburied, like loathsome carrion, like a trampled corpse in the clothing of slain, gashed by the sword, who sink to the very stones of the pit. you shall not have a burial like them. Because you destroyed your country, murdered your people. J. Let the breed of evildoers nevermore be named. Prepare a slaughtering block for his sons because of the guilt of their father. Let them not arise to possess the earth. Then the world's face shall be covered with towns. I will rise up against them, declares the Lord of hosts, and he will wipe out from Babylon name and remnant, kith and kin, declares the Lord, and I will make it a home of bitterness, schools of water. I will sweep it with a broom of extermination, declares the Lord of hosts. The Lord of hosts has sworn
Where's
this
my
oath,
mouse?
as I have designed, so shall it happen.
Damn it.
What I have planned, that shall come to pass, to break Assyria in my land, to crush him on my mountain. And his yoke
I'm
shall
so
drop
scared,
off
please
them,
don't.
and his
Oh.
burden shall drop from their backs. That is the plan, that is planned for all the earth. That is why an arm is poised over all the nations, for the Lord of hosts has planned. Who then can spoil it? It is his arm that is poised, and who can stay it? This pronouncement was made in the year that King Ahaz died. Rejoice not, all Philistia, because the staff of him that beat you is broken. For from the stalk of a snake there sprouts an asp, a flying seraph branches out from it. The firstborn of the poor shall graze pea, and the destitute lie down secure. I will kill your stock by famine, and it shall slay the very last of you. Howl, O gate! Cry out, O city! Wait, all Philistia! For a stout one is coming from the north, and there is no straggler in his ranks. And what will he answer the messengers of any nation? That Zion has been established by the Lord, in it, the needy of his people shall find shelter. 15. The Moab pronouncement. In the night Ar was sacked, Moab was ruined. In the night Kir was sacked, Moab was ruined. He went up to the temple to weep, Dibon went to the outdoor shrines. Over Nebo and Medeba Moab is wailing. On every head is baldness, every beard is shorn. In its streets, they are girt with sackcloth. On its roofs, in its squares, everyone is wailing, streaming with tears. Heshbon and Eliel cry out, their voice carries to Jahaz. Therefore, the shocked troops of Moab shout, his body is convulsed. My heart cries out for Moab, his fugitives flee down to Zor, to Eglath-Shalishah. For the ascent of Luhith they ascend with weeping. On the road to Horonaim they raise a cry of anguish. The waters of Nimrim are become a desolation. The grass is sere, the herbage is gone, vegetation is vanished. Therefore, the gains they have made, and their stores, they carry to the Wadi of Willows. The cry has compassed the country of Moab, all the way to Eglaim her wailing, even at Beer Elim her wailing. The waters of Dimon are full of blood, for I pour added water on Dimon. I drench it or Moab's refugees with soil for its remnant. 16. Dispatch as messenger the ruler of the land, from Selah in the wilderness to the mount of fair Zion, like fugitive birds, like nestlings driven away, Moab's villagers linger by the fords of the Arnon. Give advice, offer counsel. Be at high noon, make your shadow like night, conceal the outcasts, betray not the fugitives. Let Moab's outcasts find asylum in you. Be a shelter for them against the despoiler. For violence has vanished, rapine is ended, and marauders have perished from this land. And a throne shall be established in goodness in the tent of David, and on it shall sit in faithfulness a ruler devoted to justice and zealous for equity. We have heard of Moab's pride, most haughty is he of his pride and haughtiness
My
and
vampire
arrogance,
coins.
and of the iniquity in him.
Took the
Let Moab howl. Let all in Moab howl. For the raisin cakes of Kir Hareseth you shall moan most pitifully.
Dang it.
The vineyards of
Slow
Heshbon are
reaction
withered,
time.
and the vines
I'm
of
to blame
Sibmah.
for that.
Their tendrils spread
this
to
is-
Gog
it
going,
looks cool,
and
at
reached
least.
to Jazer, and
Sure.
strayed to the desert. Their
Taser.
shoots spread out and crossed the sea. Therefore, as I weep for Jazer, so I weep for Sibmah's vines. O Heshbon and Eliel, I drench you with my tears. Ended are the shouts over your fig and grain harvests. Rejoicing and gladness are gone from the farmland. In the vineyards no shouting or cheering is heard. No more does the treader tread wine in the presses, the shouts have been silenced. Therefore, like a lyre my heart moans for Moab, and my very soul for Kir hears. And when it has become apparent that Moab has gained nothing in the outdoor shrine, he shall come to pray in his temple to no avail. That is the word that the Lord spoke concerning Moab long ago. And now the Lord has spoken. In 3 years, fixed like the years of a hired laborer, Moab's population, with all its huge multitude, shall shrink. Only a remnant shall be left, of no consequence. 17 The Damascus pronouncement. Behold, Damascus shall cease to be a city. It shall become a heap of ruins. The towns of Aroer shall be deserted. They shall be a place for flocks to lie down, with none disturbing. Fortresses shall cease from Ephraim, and sovereignty from Damascus. The remnant of Aram shall become like the mass of Israelites, declares the Lord of hosts. In that day, the mass of Jacob shall dwindle, and the fatness of his body become lean. After being like the standing grain harvested by the reaper who reaps ears by the armful, he shall be like the ears that are gleaned in the valley of Rephaim. Only gleanings shall be left of him, as when one beats an olive tree, 2 berries or 3 on the topmost branch, 4 or 5 on the boughs of the crown sea, declares the Lord, the God of Israel. In that day, men shall turn to their Maker, their eyes look to the Holy One of Israel. They shall not turn to the altars that their own hands made, or look to the sacred posts and incense stands that their own fingers wrought. In that day, their fortress cities shall be like the deserted sites which the Horesh and the Amirdi abandoned because of the Israelites. And there shall be desolation. Truly, you have forgotten the God who saves you and have not remembered the rock who shelters you. That is why, though you plant a delightful sapling, what you sow proves a disappointing slip. On the day that you plant, you see it grow. On the morning you sow, you see it bud, but the branches wither away on a day of sickness and mortal agony. Ah, the roar of many peoples that roar as roars the sea, the rage of nations that rage as rage the mighty waters, nations raging like massive waters. But he shouts at them, and they flee far away, driven like chaff before winds in the hills, and like tumbleweed before a gale. At eventide, lo, terror. By morning, it is no more. Such is the lot of our despoilers, the portion of them that plunder us. 18 Land in the deep shadow of wings, beyond the rivers of Nubia. Go, swift messengers, to a nation far and remote, to a people thrust forth and away, be a nation of gibber and chatter whose land is cut off by streams. Which sends out envoys by sea, in papyrus vessels upon the water. Say this, all you who live in the world and inhabit the earth, when a flag is raised in the hills, take note. When a ram's horn is blown, give heed. For thus the Lord said to me, I rest calm and confident in my habitation, like a scorching heat upon sprouts, like a rain cloud in the heat of reaping time. For before the harvest, yet after the budding, when the blossom has hardened into berries, he will trim away the twigs with pruning hooks, and lop off the trailing branches. They shall all be left to the kites of the hills and to the beasts of the earth. The kites shall summer on them, and all the beasts of the earth shall winter on them. In that time, tribute shall be brought to the Lord of hosts from a people far and remote, from a people thrust forth and away, a nation of gibber and chatter, whose land is cut off by streams, at the place where the name of the Lord of hosts abides, at Mount Zion. 19 The Egypt pronouncement. Mounted on the swift cloud, the Lord will come to Egypt. Egypt's idols shall tremble before him, and the heart of the Egyptians shall sink within them. I will incite Egyptian against Egyptian, they shall war with each other, every man with his fellow, city with city and kingdom with kingdom. Egypt shall be drained of spirit, and I will confound its plans. So they will consult the idols and the shades and the ghosts and the familiar spirits. And I will place the Egyptians at the mercy of a harsh master, and a ruthless king shall rule them, declares the Sovereign, the Lord of hosts. Waters shall fail from the seas, rivers dry up and be parched, channels turn foul as they ebb, and Egypt's canals run dry. Reed and rush shall decay, and the Nile papyrus by the Nile side be, and everything sown by the Nile shall wither, blow away,
I'm
and
waiting
vanish.
for Raj.
The fishermen shall lament. All who cast lines in the Nile shall mourn, and those who spread nets on the water shall
I
languish.
guess I could sit here and wait until
The
the
flax
invite
workers,
pops up,
too,
because that just
shall be
updated.
dismayed, both carders and weavers chagrined.
It's pretty cool.
Her foundations shall be crushed, and all who make dams shall be despondent. Utter fools are the nobles of Tanis. The suggestive Pharaoh's advisors have made absurd predictions. How can you say to Pharaoh, I'm a scion of sages, a scion of Kedemite kings? Where, indeed, are your sages? Let them tell you, let them discover what the Lord of hosts has planned against Egypt. The nobles of Tanis have been fools, the nobles of Memphis deluded. Egypt has been led astray by the chiefs of her tribes. The Lord has mixed within her a spirit of distortion, which shall lead Egypt astray in all her undertakings as a vomiting drunkard goes astray. Nothing shall be achieved in Egypt by either head or tail, palm branch or reed. In that day, the Egyptians shall be like women, trembling and terrified because the Lord of hosts will raise his hand against them. And the land of Judah shall also be the dread of the Egyptians. They shall quake whenever anybody mentions it to them, because of what the Lord of hosts is planning against them. In that day, there shall be several towns in the land of Egypt speaking the language of Canaan and swearing loyalty to the Lord of hosts. One shall be called Town of Hears. In that day, there shall be an altar to the Lord inside the land of Egypt and a pillar to the Lord at its border. They shall serve as a symbol and reminder of the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt, so that when the Egyptians cry out to the Lord against oppressors, he will send them a savior and champion to deliver them. For the Lord will make himself known to the Egyptians, and the Egyptians shall acknowledge the Lord in that day, and they shall serve him with sacrifice and oblation and shall make vows to the Lord and fulfill them. The Lord will first afflict and then heal the Egyptians. When they turn back to the Lord, he will respond to their entreaties and heal them. In that day, there shall be a highway from Egypt to Assyria. The Assyrians shall join with the Egyptians and Egyptians with the Assyrians, and then the Egyptians together with the Assyrians shall serve the Lord. In that day, Israel shall be a third partner with Egypt and Assyria as a blessing on earth. For the El of hosts will bless them, saying, Blessed be my people Egypt, my handiwork Assyria, and my very own Israel. ORD 20 It was the year that the Tartan came to Ashdod being sent by King Sargon of Assyria, and he attacked Ashdod and took it. Previously, Baal had spoken to Isaiah son of Amoz, saying, Go, untie the sackcloth from your loins and take your sandals off your feet, which he had done, going naked and barefoot. ORD And now Baal said, It is a sign and a portent for Egypt and Nubia. Just as my servant Isaiah has gone naked and barefoot for 3 years, ORD so shall the king of Assyria drive off the captives of Egypt and the exiles of Nubia, young and old, naked and barefoot and with bared buttocks, O the shame of Egypt. And they shall be dismayed and chagrined because of Nubia their hope and Egypt their boast. In that day, the dwellers of this coastland shall say, If this could happen to those we look to whom we fled for help and rescue from the king of Assyria, how can we ourselves escape? 21 The desert of the sea pronouncement. Like the gales that race through the midge, it comes from the desert, the terrible land. A harsh prophecy has been announced to me, the betrayer is betraying, the ravager ravaging. Advance, Elam. Lay siege, Media. I have put an end to all her sighing. You see therefore my loins are seized with trembling. I am gripped by pangs like a woman in travail, too anguished to hear, too frightened to see. My mind is confused, I shudder and panic. My night of pleasure he has turned to terror, set the table. To let the watchmen watch. Eat and drink. To up, officers. Grease the shields. For thus my Lord said to me, Go, set up a sentry. Let him announce what he sees. he will see mounted men, horsemen in pairs, riders on asses, riders on camels, and he will listen closely, most attentively. And like a lion he called out, "On my Lord's lookout I stand ever by day, and at my post I watch every night." And there they come, mounted men, horsemen in pairs. Then he spoke up and said, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon, and all the images of her gods have crashed to the ground. My threshing, the product of my threshing floor, what I have heard from the El of hosts, the God of Israel that I have told to you." Or the Duma pronouncement. A call comes to me from Ser, "Watchman, what of the night?"
Oh, shit.
"Watchman, what of the night?" The watchman replied, "Morning came, and so did night. If you would inquire, inquire. Come back again." The in the steppe pronouncement. In the scrub, in the steppe, you will lodge, O caravans of the Dedanites. Meet the thirsty with water, you who dwell in the land of Tema. Greet the fugitive with bread. For they have fled before swords, before the whetted sword, before the bow that was drawn, before the stress of war. For thus my Lord has said to me, in another year, fixed like the years of a hired laborer, all the multitude of Kedar shall vanish. The remaining bows of Kedar's warriors shall be few in number. For the El, the God of Israel, has spoken. ORD 22 The Valley of Vision pronouncement. What can have happened to you that you have gone, all of you, up on the roofs, AO you who were full of tumult, you clamorous town, you city so gay? Your slain are not the slain of the sword nor the dead of battle. Your officers have all departed, they fled far away. Your survivors were all taken captive without their bows. That is why I say, let me be, I will weep bitterly. Press not to comfort me for the ruin of my poor people. For my Lord G of hosts had a day of tumult and din and confusion. Kir raged in the valley of vision, and Shu on the hill. While Ellen bore the quivering troops of mounted men, and Kir bared the shield, and your choicest lowlands were filled with chariots and horsemen, they stormed at Judah's gateway and pressed beyond its screen. You gave thought on that day to the arms in the forest house, and you took note of the many breaches in the city of David. And you collected the water of the lower pool. And you counted the houses of Jerusalem and pulled houses down to fortify the wall. And you constructed a basin between the two walls for the water of the old pool. But you gave no thought to him who planned it, you took no note of him who designed it long before. My Lord G of hosts summoned on that day to weeping and lamenting, to tonsring and girding with sackcloth. Instead, there was rejoicing and merriment, killing of cattle and slaughtering of sheep, eating of meat and drinking of wine, eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Then the El of hosts revealed himself to my ears, this iniquity shall never be forgiven you until you die, said my Lord G of hosts. ORDOD Thus said my Lord G of hosts, go in to see that steward, that Shebna, in charge of the palace. What have you here, and whom have you here, that you have hewn out a tomb for yourself here? O you who have hewn your tomb on high. O you who have hollowed out for yourself an abode in the cliff. The El is about to shake you severely, fellow, and then wrap you around himself. ORDK Indeed, he will wind you about him as a headdress, a turban. Off to a broad land. There shall you die, and there shall be the chariots bearing your body, O shame of your master's house. Amen. For I will hurl you from your station, and you shall be torn down from your stand. And in that day, I will summon my servant Eliakim son of Hilkiah, and I will invest him with your tunic, gird him with your sash, and deliver your authority into his hand. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and the men of Judah. I will place the keys of David's palace on his shoulders. And what he unlocks none may shut, and what he locks none may open. He shall be a seat of honor to his father's household. I will fix him as a peg in a firm place, on which all the substance of his father's household shall be hung, the sprouts and the leaves, the small vessels, from bowls to all sorts of jars. A inch that day eclairs the ale of hosts, he peg fixed in a firm place shall give way, it shall be cut down and shall fall, and the weight it supports shall be destroyed. For it is the ale who has spoken. Our Lord 23 The Tyre pronouncement. Howl, you ships of Tarshish! For havoc has been wrought, not a house is left. As they came from the land of Kittim, this was revealed to them. A moan, you coastland dwellers, you traders of Sidon, once thronged by seafarers, over many waters your revenue came, from the trade of nations, from the grain of Shihor, the harvest of the Nile. Be ashamed, O Sidon! For the sea his stronghold of the sea eclairs, I am as one who has never labored, never given birth, never raised youths or reared maidens. See, when the Egyptians heard it, they quailed as when they heard about Tyre. Pass on to Tarshish, howl, you coastland dwellers! Was such your merry city in former times, of yore? Did her feet carry her off to sojourn far away? Who was it that planned this for crown-wearing Tyre, whose merchants were nobles, whose traders the world honored? The El of hosts planned it to defile all glorious beauty, to shame all the honored of the world. Ord traverse your land like the Nile, fair Tarshish. This is a harbor no more. The El poised his arm o'er the sea and made kingdoms quake. It was he decreed destruction for Phoenicia's strongholds, Ord, and said, you shall be gay no more, O plundered one, fair maiden Sidon. Up, cross over to Kittim, even there you shall have no rest.
A Blockbuster, I don't have that.
Behold the land of Chaldea, this is the people that has ceased to be. Assyria, which founded it for ships, which raised its watchtowers, erected its ramparts, has turned it into a ruin. Howl, O ships of Tarshish, for your stronghold is destroyed. In that day, Tyre shall remain forgotten for 70 years, equaling the lifetime of one king. After a lapse of 70 years, it shall go with Tyre as with the harlot in the ditty, take a lyre,
Just wanted to
go about the town,
get my
harlot long
double
forgotten.
KO badge.
Sweetly play, make much music, to bring you back to mind. For after a lapse of 70 years, the El will take note of Tyre, and she shall resume her feet-taking and play the harlot with all the kingdoms of the world, on the face of the earth. Ordh, but her prophets and hire shall be consecrated to the El. They shall not be treasured or stored. Rather shall her prophets go to those who abide before the El, that they may eat their fill and clothe themselves elegantly. Our Lord 24 Behold, the El will strip the earth bare, and lay it waste, and twist its surface, and scatter its inhabitants. Ord, layman and priest shall fare alike, slave and master, handmaid and mistress, buyer and seller, lender and borrower, creditor and debtor. The earth shall be bare, bare. It shall be plundered, plundered. For it is the El who spoke this word. Ord, the earth is withered, Seir. The world languishes, it is Seir. The most exalted people of the earth languish. For the earth was desolate under its inhabitants. Because they transgressed teachings, violated laws, broke the ancient covenant. That is why a curse consumes the earth, and its inhabitants pay the penalty. That is why earth's dwellers have dwindled, and but few men are left. The new wine fails, the vine languishes. And all the merry-hearted sigh, stilled is the merriment of timbrels, ended the clamor of revelers, still the merriment of liars. They drink their wine without song. Liquor tastes bitter to the drinker. Towns are broken, empty. Every house is shut, none enters. Even over wine, a cry goes up in the streets, the sun has set on all joy, the gladness of the earth is vanished. Desolation is left in the town and the gate is battered to ruins. For thus shall it be among the peoples in the midst of the earth, as when the olive tree is beaten out, like leanings when the vintage is over. These shall lift up their voices, exulting the majesty of the El. They shall shout from the sea, Ord, therefore, honor the El with lights in the coastlands of the sea, the name of the El, the God of Israel. Our Lord, from the end of the earth we hear singing, glory to the righteous. And I said, I waste away. I waste away. Woe is me. The faithless have acted faithlessly. The faithless have broken faith. de terror, and pit, and trap upon you who dwell on earth. He who flees at the report of the terror shall fall into the pit. And he who climbs out of the pit shall be caught in the trap. For sluices are opened on high, and earth's foundations tremble. The earth is breaking, breaking. The earth is crumbling, crumbling. The earth is tottering, tottering. The earth is swaying like a drunkard. It is rocking to and fro like a hut. Its iniquity shall weigh it down, and it shall fall, to rise no more. In that day, the El will punish the host of heaven in heaven and the kings of the earth on earth. ORD they shall
That was
be
like
gathered
Ares
in the dungeon
resistance
as captives
just
are
then. I should have
gathered,
hit the space bar
and shall
first.
be locked up in a prison. But after many days they shall be remembered. Then the moon shall be ashamed, and the sun shall be abashed. For the El of hosts will reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and the presence will be revealed to his elders. ORD 25 OL, you are my God. I will extol you, I will praise your name. For you plan graciousness of old, counsels of steadfast faithfulness. ORD for you have turned a city into a stone heap, a walled town into a ruin, the citadel of strangers into rubble, never to be rebuilt. Therefore a fierce people must honor you, a city of cruel nations must fear you. For you have been a refuge for the poor man, a shelter for the needy man in his distress, shelter from rainstorm, shade from heat. When the fury of tyrants was like a winter rainstorm, the rage of strangers like heat in the desert, you subdued the heat with a shade of clouds, the singing of the tyrants was vanquished. The El of hosts will make on this mount for all the peoples a banquet of rich vines, a banquet of choice wines, of rich vines seasoned with marrow, of choice wines well refined. ORDC and he will destroy on this mount the shroud that is drawn over the faces of all the peoples,
Pretty
and
good,
the covering
buddy.
that is spread over all the nations. He will destroy death forever.
Oh.
My Lord G will wipe the tears away from
Should've
all
backed up.
faces and will put an end to the reproach of his people over all the earth, for it is the El who has spoken. ODG Lord, in that day they shall say, this is our God. We trusted in him, and he delivered us. This is the El, in whom we trusted. Let us rejoice and exult in his deliverance. ORD for the hand of the El shall descend upon this mount, and Moab shall be trampled under him as straw is threshed to bits at Madmenah. ORD then he will spread out his hands in their homeland, as a swimmer spreads his hands out to swim, and he will humble their pride along with the emblems of their power. Yea, the secure fortification of their walls he will lay low and humble, will raise to the ground, to the very dust. 26 inches that day, this song shall be sung in the land of Judah, ours is a mighty city. He makes victory our inner and outer wall. Open the gates, and let a righteous nation enter, a nation that keeps faith. The confident mind you guard in safety because it trusts in you. Trust in the El forever and ever, for in Yahweh you have an everlasting rock. Our Lord, for he has brought low
Disc
those
launcher.
who dwelt high up, has humbled the secure city, humbled it to the ground,
2 of them.
leveled it with the dust to be trampled underfoot,
Good job.
by the feet of the needy, by the souls of the poor. The path is level for the righteous man. O just one, you make smooth the course of the righteous. For your just ways, O El, we look to you. We long for the name by which you are called. ORD at night I yearn for you with all my being, I seek you with all the spirit within me. For when your judgments are wrought on earth, the inhabitants of the world learn righteousness. But when the scoundrel is spared, he learns not righteousness. In a place of integrity, he does wrong, he ignores the majesty of the El. Ord OL. They see not your hand exalted. Let them be shamed as they behold your zeal for your people and fire consuming your adversaries. Ord OL. May you appoint well-being for us, since you have also requited all our misdeeds. Ord OL our God. Lords other than you possessed us, but only your name shall we utter. ORD they are dead, they can never live. Shades, they can never rise. Of a truth, you have dealt with them and wiped them out, have put an end to all mention of them. When you added to the nation, OL, when you added to the nation, extending all the boundaries of the land, you were honored. poured oil. In their distress, they sought you. Your chastisement reduced them to anguish, whispered prayer.
Get back, get on cover.
ORD like a woman with child approaching childbirth, writhing and screaming in her pangs, so are we become because of you. OLORD we were with child, we rived it as though we had given birth to one. We have won no victory on earth. The inhabitants of the world have not come to life. EO, let your dead revive. Let corpses arise. Awake and shout for joy, you who dwell in the dust. For your dew is like the dew on fresh growth. You make the land of the shades come to life. Ego, my people, enter your chambers, and lock your doors behind you. Hide but a little moment, until the indignation passes. For lo, the elf shall come forth from his place to punish the dwellers of the earth for their iniquity. And the earth shall disclose its bloodshed and shall no longer conceal its slain. ORD 27 inches that day the El will punish, with his great, cruel, mighty sword Leviathan, the elusive serpent Leviathan, the twisting serpent. He will slay the dragon of the sea. ORD in that day, they shall sing of it, vineyard of delight. IDL keep watch over it, I water it every moment. That no harm may befall it, I watch it night and day.
It's got a desk launcher.
There is no anger in me. If one offers me thorns and thistles, I will march to battle against him, and set all of them on fire. But if he holds fast to my refuge, he makes me his friend. He makes me his friend.
Blockbuster and a guardian.
In days to come Jacob shall strike root, Israel shall sprout and blossom, and the face of the world shall be covered with fruit. Was
okay, that took care of the guardian. Oops.
Did he suffer such slaughter as his slayers? Assailing them with fury unchained, his pitiless blast bore them off on a day of gale. Assuredly, by this alone shall Jacob's sin be purged away. This is the only price for removing his guilt, that he make all the altar stones like shattered blocks of chalk with no sacred post left standing, nor any incensed altar. Thus fortified cities lie desolate, homesteads deserted, forsaken like a wilderness. Their cats graze, there they lie down and consume its boughs. When its crown is withered, they break. Women come and make fires with them. For they are a people without understanding. That is why their Maker will show them no mercy, their Creator will deny them grace. And in that day, the El will beat out the peoples like rain from the channel of the Euphrates to the Wadi of Egypt. And you shall be picked up one by one, O children of Israel. ORD and in that day, a great ram's horn shall be sounded. And the strayed who are in the land of Assyria and the expelled who are in the land of Egypt shall come and worship the El on the holy mount, in Jerusalem. ORD 28 The proud crowns of the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is but wilted flowers on the heads of men bloated with rich food, who are overcome by wine. Lo, my Lord has something strong and mighty, like a storm of hail, a shower of pestilence. Something like a storm of massive, torrential rain shall be hurled with force to the ground. Trampled underfoot shall be the proud crowns of the drunkards of Ephraim, the wilted flowers on the heads of men bloated with rich food that are his glorious beauty. They shall be like an early fig before the fruit harvest. Whoever sees it devours it while it is still in his hand. See in that day, the El of hosts shall become a crown of beauty and a diadem of glory for the remnant of his people, ORD and a spirit of judgment for him who sits in judgment and of valor for those who repel attacks at the gate. But these are also muddled by wine and dazed by liquor, priest and prophet are muddled by liquor. They are confused by wine, they are dazed by liquor. They are muddled in their visions, they stumble in judgment. Yea, all tables are covered with vomit and filth, so that no space is left. To whom would he give instruction? To whom expound a message? To those newly weaned from milk, just taken away from the breast? That same mutter upon mutter, murmur upon murmur, now here, now there. Truly, as one who speaks to that people in a stammering jargon and an alien tongue is he who declares to them, this is the resting place, let the weary rest. This is the place of repose. They refuse to listen. To them the word of the El is, mutter upon mutter, murmur upon murmur, now here, now there, and so they will march, but they shall fall backward, and be injured and snared and captured. Ord, hear now the word of the El, you men of mockery, who govern that people in Jerusalem. Ordg, for you have said, we have made a covenant with death, concluded a pact with Sheol. When the sweeping flood passes through, it shall not reach us. For we have made falsehood our refuge, taken shelter in treachery. Assuredly, thus said the Lord G, behold, I will found in Zion, stone by stone, a tower of precious cornerstones, exceedingly firm. He who trusts need not fear. Odh, but I will apply judgment as a measuring line and retribution as weights. Hail shall sweep away the refuge of falsehood, and floodwaters engulf your shelter. Your covenant with death shall be annulled, your pact with Sheol shall not endure. When the sweeping flood passes through, you shall be its victims. It shall catch you every time it passes through. It shall pass through every morning, every day and every night. And it shall be sheer horror to grasp the message. The couch is too short for stretching out, and the cover too narrow for curling up. For the El will arise as on the hill of Perzim, he will rouse himself as in the vale of Gibeon, to do his work strange is his work. And to perform his task astounding is his task. Ord, therefore, refrain from mockery, lest your bonds be tightened. For I have heard a decree of destruction from my Lord G of hosts against all the land. Od, give diligent ear to my words, attend carefully to what I say. Does he who plows to sow plow all the time, breaking up and furrowing his land? When he has smoothed its surface, does he not rather broadcast black? Black cumin and scatter cumin, or set wheat in a row, barley in a strip, and emmer in a patch? For he teaches him the right manner, his God instructs him. So, too, black cumin is not threshed with the threshing board, nor is the wheel of the threshing sledge rolled over cumin. But black cumin is beaten out with a stick and cumin with a rod. It is cereal that is crushed. For even if he threshes it thoroughly, and the wheel of his sledge and his horses overwhelm it, he does not crush it. That, too, is ordered by the El of hosts. His counsel is unfathomable, his wisdom marvelous. Ord 29 Ariel, city where David camped. Add year to year, let festivals come in their cycles. And I will harass Ariel, and there shall be sorrow and sighing. She shall be to me like Ariel be, and I will camp against you round about. I will lay siege to you with a mound, and I will set up siege works against you. Seed be, and you shall speak from lower than the ground. Your speech shall be humbler than the sod. Your speech shall sound like a ghost from the ground.
Told you.
Your voice shall chirp from the sod. And like fine dust shall be the multitude of your strangers. And like flying chaff, the multitude of tyrants. And suddenly, in an instant, she shall be remembered of the El of hosts with roaring, and shaking, and deafening noise, storm, and tempest, and blaze of consuming fire. Ord then, like a dream, a vision of the night, shall be the multitude of nations that war upon Ariel, and all her besiegers, and the siege works against her, and those who harass her. Like one who is hungry and dreams he is eating, but wakes to find himself empty. And like one who is thirsty and dreams he is drinking,
I got my
but
double
wakes to
KO
find
badge.
himself faint and utterly parched, so shall be all the multitude of nations that war upon Mount Zion. Act stupid and be stupefied. Act blind and be blinded. They are drunk, but not from wine, they stagger, but not from liquor. For the El has spread over you a spirit of deep sleep, and has shut your eyes, the prophets, and covered your heads, the seers.
Don't look at me.
Ord, so that all prophecy has been to you like the words of a sealed document. If it is handed to one who can read and he is asked to read it, he will say, I can't, because it is sealed. And if the document is handed to one who cannot read and he is asked to read it, he will say, "I can't read." My Lord said, "Because that people has approached me with its mouth and honored me with its lips, but has kept its heart far from me, and its worship of me has been a commandment of men, learned by rote. Truly, I shall further baffle that people with bafflement upon bafflement. And the wisdom of its wise shall fail, and the prudence of its prudent shall vanish." Ha! Those who would hide their plans deep from the elf, who do their work in dark places and say, "Who sees us? Who takes note of us?" Ord, how perverse of you! Should the potter be accounted as the clay? Should what is made say of its maker, "He did not make me," and what is formed say of him who formed it, "He did not understand"? Surely, in a little while, Lebanon will be transformed into farmland, and farmland accounted as mere brush. In that day, the deaf shall hear even written words, and the eyes of the blind shall see even in darkness and obscurity. Then the humble shall have increasing joy through the El, and the neediest of men shall exult in the Holy One of Israel. Ord, for the tyrant shall be no more, the scoffer shall cease to be. And those diligent for evil shall be wiped out, who cause men to lose their lawsuits, laying a snare for the arbiter at the gate, and wronging by falsehood him who was in the right. Assuredly, thus said the El to the house of Jacob, who redeemed Abraham, no more shall Jacob be shamed, no longer his face grow pale. Ord, for when he had his children, behold what my hands have wrought in his midst, they will hallow my name. Men will hallow the Holy One of Jacob and stand in awe of the God of Israel. And the confused shall acquire insight and grumblers accept instruction. 30 Disloyal sons. Declares the El, making plans against my wishes, weaving schemes against my will, thereby piling guilt on guilt. Ord, who set out to go down to Egypt without asking me, to seek refuge with Pharaoh, to seek shelter under the protection of Egypt. The refuge with Pharaoh shall result in your shame. The shelter under Egypt's protection, in your chagrin. Though his officers are present in Zoan, and his messengers reach as far as Hanes, they all shall come to shame because of a people that does not avail them, that is of no help or avail, but brings only chagrin and disgrace. The beasts of the Nij pronouncement. Through a land of distress and hardship, of lion and roaring king beast, of viper and flying seraph, they convey their wealth on the backs of asses, their treasures on camels' humps, to a people of no avail. See, for the help of Egypt shall be vain and empty. Truly, I call this, they are a threat that has ceased. Now, go, write it down on a tablet and inscribe it in a record, that it may be with them for future days, a witness forever. For it is a rebellious people, faithless children, children who refuse to heed the instruction of the El. Ord, who said to the seers, "Do not see," to the prophets, "Do not prophesy truth to us. Speak to us falsehoods, prophesy delusions. Leave the way. Get off the path. Let us hear no more about the Holy One of Israel." Assuredly, thus said the Holy One of Israel, because you have rejected this word, and have put your trust and reliance in that which is fraudulent and tortuous of a surety, this iniquity shall work on you like a spreading breach that occurs in a lofty wall, whose crash comes sudden and swift. It is smashed as one smashes an earthen jug, ruthlessly shattered so that no shard is left in its breakage to scoop coals from a brazier, or ladle water from a puddle. For thus said my Lord the Holy One of Israel, you shall triumph by stillness and quiet. Your victory shall come about through calm and confidence. But you refused. No, you declared. We shall flee on steeds, therefore you shall flee. We shall ride on swift mounts, therefore your pursuers shall prove swift. 1,000 before the shout of one, you shall flee at the shout of 5. Till what is left of you is like a mast on a hilltop, like a pole upon a mountain. Truly, the El is waiting to show you grace, truly, he will arise to pardon you. For the El is a God of justice. Happy are all who wait for him. Adored indeed, O people in Zion, dwellers of Jerusalem, you shall not have cause to weep. He will grant you his favor at the sound of your cry. He will respond as soon as he hears it. My Lord will provide for you meager bread and scant water. Then your guide will no more be ignored, but your eyes will watch your guide. And whenever you deviate to the right or to the left, your ears will heed the command from behind you, this is the road. Follow it. And you will treat as unclean the silver overlay of your images and the golden plating of your idols. You will cast them away like a menstruous woman. Out. You will call to them. So rain shall be provided for the seed with which you sow the ground, and the bread that the ground brings forth shall be rich and fat. Your livestock, in that day, shall graze in broad pastures. As for the cattle and the asses that till the soil, they shall partake of salted fodder that has been winnowed with shovel and fan. And on every high mountain and on every lofty hill, there shall appear brooks and watercourses in a day of heavy slaughter, when towers topple. And the light of the moon shall become like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall become sevenfold, like the light of the 7 days, when the El binds up his people's wounds and heals the injuries it has suffered. Ord, behold, the El himself comes from afar in blazing wrath, with a heavy burden, his lips full of fury, his tongue like devouring fire, Ordij, and his breath like a raging torch reaching halfway up the neck to set a misguiding yoke upon nations and a misleading bridle upon the jaws of peoples. For you, there shall be singing as on a night when a festival is hallowed. There shall be rejoicing as when they march with flute, with timbrels, and with lyres to the rock of Israel on the mount of the El. Lord, for the El will make his majestic voice heard and display the sweep of his arm in raging wrath, in a devouring blaze of fire, in tempest, and rainstorm, and hailstones. Ord, truly, Assyria, who beats with the rod,
Came from behind me with a blockbuster and 2 ARC torrents, 72,000.
And each time the appointed staff passes by, the El will bring down his
My
arm
fault.
upon him and will do battle with him as he waves it. Ord, the Tophet has long been ready for him. He too is destined for Molech. His fire pit has been made both wide and deep, with plenty of fire and firewood, and with the breath of the El burning in it like a stream of sulfur. Ord, 31 hectares. Those who go down to Egypt for help and rely upon horses. They have put their trust in abundance of chariots, in vast numbers of riders, and they have not turned to the Holy One of Israel. They have not sought the El.
Help.
Ord, but he too is wise. He has brought
Who's
on
that
misfortune,
blockbuster
and has
dude?
not cancelled his word. So he shall rise against the house of evildoers, and
Somebody
the
kill
allies
him.
of the workers of iniquity. For
He's got
the
half his hit
Egyptians are
points.
man, not God, and their horses are flesh, not spirit. And when the El stretches out his arm, the helper shall trip and the helped one shall fall, and both shall perish together. Ord, for thus the El has said to me, as a lion great beast growls over its prey, and, when the shepherds gather in force against him, is not dismayed by their cries nor cowed by their noise, so the El of hosts will descend to make war against the mount and the hill of Zion. Ord, like the birds that fly, even so will the El of hosts shield Jerusalem, shielding and saving, protecting and rescuing. Ord, return, O children of Israel, to him to whom they have been so shamefully false. For in that day everyone will reject his idols of silver and idols of gold, which your hands have made for your guilt.
Very
Then
little
Assyria shall
damage.
fall, not by the sword of man. A sword not of humans shall devour him. He shall shrivel before the sword, and his young men pine away. His rock shall melt with terror, and his officers shall collapse from weakness, declares the El, who has a fire in Zion, who has an oven in Jerusalem. Ord, 32 Behold, a king shall reign in righteousness, and ministers shall govern with justice. Every one of them shall be like a refuge from gales, a shelter from rainstorms. Like brooks of water in a desert, like the shade of a massive rock in a languishing land. Then the eyes of those who have sight shall not be sealed, and the ears of those who hearing shall listen. And the minds of the thoughtless shall attend and note, and the tongues of mumblers shall speak with fluent eloquence. No more shall a villain be called noble, nor shall gentleman be said of a knave. For the villain speaks villainy and plots treachery. to act impiously and to preach disloyalty against the El, to leave the hungry unsatisfied and deprive the thirsty of drink. Ord is for the knave, his tools are knavish. He forges plots to destroy the poor with falsehoods and the needy when they plead their cause. But the noble has noble intentions and is constant in noble acts. You carefree women, attend, hear my words. You confident ladies, give ear to my speech. In little more than a year, you shall be troubled, O confident ones, when the vintage is over and no ingathering takes place. Tremble, you carefree ones. Wake, O confident ones. Strip yourselves naked, put the cloth about your loins. Lament upon the breasts, for the pleasant fields, for the spreading grapevines, for my people's soil it shall be overgrown with briars and thistles, and for all the houses of delight, for the city of mirth. For the castle shall be abandoned, the noisy city forsaken. Citadel and towers shall become bare places forever, a stamping ground for wild asses, a pasture for flocks. See till a spirit from on high is poured out on us, and wilderness is transformed into farmland, while farmland rates as mere brush. Then justice shall abide in the wilderness and righteousness shall dwell on the farmland. For the work of righteousness shall be peace, and the effect of righteousness, calm and confidence forever. Then my people shall dwell in peaceful homes, in secure dwellings, in untroubled places of rest. And the brush shall sink and vanish, even as the city is laid low. Happy shall you be who sow by all waters, who send out cattle and asses to pasture. G33 hectares, you ravager who are not ravaged, you betrayer who have not been betrayed. When you have done ravaging, you shall be ravaged. When you have finished betraying, you shall be betrayed. O El, be gracious to us. It is to you we have looked. Be there arm every morning, also our deliverance in time of stress. Orda at your roaring, peoples have fled, before your majesty nations have scattered. And spoil was gathered as locusts are gathered, it was amassed as grasshoppers are amassed. The El is exalted, he dwells on high. Of old he filled Zion with justice and righteousness. Ord faithfulness to your charge was her wealth, wisdom and devotion her triumph, reverence for the El Hat was her treasure. Ford hark! The Israelites cry aloud. Shalom's messengers weep bitterly. Highways are desolate, wayfarers have ceased. A covenant has been renounced, cities rejected, mortal man despised. The land is wilted and withered. Lebanon disgraced and moldering, Sharon is become like a desert, and Bashan and Carmel are stripped bare. Now I will arise, says the El, now I will exalt myself, now raise myself high. Ord you shall conceive hay, give birth to straw. My breath will devour you like fire. People shall be burnings of lime, thorns cut down that are set on fire. Hear, you who are far, what I have done. You who are near, note my might. Sinners in Zion are frightened, the godless are seized with trembling. Who of us can dwell with a devouring fire? Who of us can dwell with the never-dying blaze? He who walks in righteousness, speaks uprightly, spurns profit from fraudulent dealings, waves away a bribe instead of grasping it, stops his ears against listening to infamy, shuts his eyes against looking at evil. Such a one shall dwell in lofty security, with inaccessible cliffs for his stronghold, with his food supplied and his drink assured. When your eyes behold the king in his beauty, when they contemplate the land round about, and your throat shall murmur in awe, where is one who could count? Where is one who could weigh? Where is one who could count all these towers? No more shall you see the barbarian folk, the people of speech too obscure to comprehend, so stammering of tongue that they are not understood. When you gaze upon Zion, our city of assembly, your eyes shall behold Jerusalem as a secure homestead, a tent not to be transported, whose pegs shall never be pulled up, and none of whose ropes shall break. For there the El in his greatness shall be for us like a region of rivers, of broad streams, where no floating vessels can sail and no mighty craft can travel. Their ropes are slack, they cannot steady the sockets of their masts, they cannot spread a sail. ORDP for the El shall be our ruler, the El shall be our prince, the El shall be our king, he shall deliver us. Ordered or then shall indeed much spoil be divided, even the lame shall seize booty. And none who lies there shall say, I am sick. It shall be inhabited by folk whose sin has been forgiven. 34 Approach, O nations, and listen, give heed, O peoples. Let the earth and those in it hear. The world, and what it brings forth. For the El is angry at all the nations, furious at all their host. He has doomed them, consigned them to slaughter. ORD their slain shall be left lying, and the stench of their corpses shall mount. And the hills shall be drenched with their blood, all the host of heaven shall molder. The heavens shall be rolled up like a scroll, and all their host shall wither like a leaf withering on the vine, or shriveled fruit on a fig tree. For my sword shall be drunk in the sky. Lo, it shall come down upon Edom, upon the people I have doomed, to wreak judgment. The El has a sword. It is sated with blood, it is gorged with fat, the blood of lambs and he-goats, the kidney fat of rams. For the El holds a sacrifice in Bozrah, a great slaughter in the land of Edom. Adored wild oxen shall fall with them, young bulls with mighty steers. And their land shall be drunk with blood, their soil shall be saturated with fat. See, for it is the El's day of retribution, the year of vindication for Zion's cause. ORD its streams shall be turned to pitch and its soil to sulfur. Its land shall become burning pitch, night and day it shall never go out. Its smoke shall rise for all time. Through the ages it shall lie in ruins. Through the eons none shall traverse it. Jackdaws and owls shall possess it. Great owls and ravens shall dwell there. He shall measure it with a line of chaos and with weights of emptiness. It shall be called, no kingdom is there, its nobles and all its lords shall be nothing. Thorns shall grow up in its palaces, nettles and briars in its strongholds. It shall be a home of jackals, an abode of ostriches. Wildcats shall meet hyenas, goat demons shall greet each other. There too the Lilith shall repose and find herself a resting place. There the arrow snake shall nest and lay eggs, and shall brood and hatch in its shade. There too the buzzards shall gather with one another. Search and read it in the scroll of the El, not one of these shall be absent, not one shall miss its fellow. For his mouth has spoken, it is his spirit that has assembled them, ORD, and it is he who apportioned it to them by lot, whose hand divided it for them with the line. They shall possess it for all
neck
time,
and neck.
They shall dwell there through the ages. 35 The arid desert shall be glad, the wilderness shall rejoice and shall blossom like a rose. It shall blossom abundantly, it shall also exult and shout, it shall receive the glory of Lebanon, the splendor of Carmel and Sharon. They shall behold the glory of the El, the splendor of our God. ORD strengthen the hands that are slack. Make firm the tottering knees. Say to the anxious of heart, be strong, fear not. Behold your God. Requital is coming, the recompense of God, he himself is coming to give you triumph. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then the lame shall leap like a deer, and the tongue of the dumb shall shout aloud. For waters shall burst forth in the desert, streams in the wilderness. Torrent earth shall become a pool. Parched land, fountains of water. The home of jackals, a pasture. The abode of ostriches, reeds and rushes. And a highway shall appear there, which shall be called the sacred way. No one unclean shall pass along it, but it shall be for them. No traveler, not even fools, shall go astray. No lion shall be there, no ferocious beast shall set foot on it, these shall not be found there. But the redeemed shall walk it. And the ransom of the El shall return, and come with shouting to Zion, crowned with joy everlasting. They shall attain joy and gladness, while sorrow and sighing flee. ORD 36 In the 14th year of King Hezekiah, King Sennacherib of Assyria marched against all the fortified towns of Judah and seized them. From Lachish, the king of Assyria sent the Rabshakeh, with a large force, to King Hezekiah in Jerusalem. The Rabshakeh took up a position near the conduit of the upper pool, by the road of the fuller's field. And Eliakim son of Hilkiah, who was in charge of the palace, Shebna the scribe, and Joah son of Asaph the recorder went out to him. The Rabshakeh said to them, "You tell Hezekiah, thus said the great king, the king of Assyria, what makes you so confident? I suppose mere talk makes counsel and valor for war. Look, on whom are you relying, that you have rebelled against me? You are relying on Egypt, that splintered reed of a staff, which enters and punctures the palm of anyone who leans on it. That's what Pharaoh king of Egypt is like to all who rely on him. And if you tell me that you are relying on the El your God, he is the very one whose shrines and altars Hezekiah did away with, telling Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship only at this altar. Ord, come now, make this wager with my master, the king of Assyria. I'll give you 2,000 horses, if you can produce riders to mount them." So how could you refuse anything, even to the deputy of one of my master's lesser servants, relying on Egypt for chariots and horsemen? And do you think I have marched against this land to destroy it without the El? The El himself told me, go up against that land and destroy it. Ord Eliakim, Shebna, and Joah replied to the Rabshakeh, "Please, speak to your servants in Aramaic, since we understand it. Do not speak to us in Judean in the hearing of the people on the wall." But the Rabshakeh replied, "Was it to your master and to me that my master sent me to speak those words? It was precisely to the men who are sitting on the wall who will have to eat their dung and drink their urine with you." And the Rabshakeh stood and called out in a loud voice in Judean, "Hear the words of the great king, the king of Assyria. Thus said the king, don't let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to save you. Don't let Hezekiah make you rely on the El, saying, the El will surely save us. This city will not fall into the hands of Assyria. Or don't listen to Hezekiah. For thus said the king of Assyria, make your peace with me and come out to me, so that you may all eat from your vines and your fig trees and drink water from your cisterns, until I come and take you away to a land like your own, a land of bread and wine, of grain fields and vineyards. Beware of letting Hezekiah mislead you by saying, the El will save us. Did any of the gods of the other nations save his land from the king of Assyria? Ord, where were the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where were the gods of Sepharvaim? And did they save Samaria from me? Which among all the gods of those countries saved their countries from me, that the El should save Jerusalem from me? Ord, but they were silent and did not answer him with a single word. For the king's order was, do not answer him. And so Eliakim son of Hilkiah, who was in charge of the palace, Shebna the scribe, and Joah son of Asaph the recorder came to Hezekiah with their clothes rent, and they reported to him what the Rabshakeh had said. 37 When King Hezekiah heard this, he rent his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth and went into the house of the Lord. He also sent Eliakim, who was in charge of the palace, Shebna, the scribe, and the senior priests, covered with sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah son of Amoz. They said to him, thus said Hezekiah, this day is a day of distress, of chastisement, and of disgrace.
Please don't kill me.
But the strength to give birth is lacking.
Help! I'm gonna die.
Perhaps the El your God will take note of the words of the Rabshakeh, whom his master the king of Assyria has sent to blaspheme the living God, and will mete out judgment.
Kill this guy, somebody, please.
God has heard if you will offer a prayer for the surviving
Want something done, you gotta
remnant.
do it yourself.
Ord, when King Hezekiah's ministers came to Isaiah, Isaiah said to them, tell your master as follows.
Mecca Rainer,
Thus
what are you
said
doing up
the
there?
El,
You just-
do not
you
be
just
frightened by the words
set
of
up a
blasphemy
match
against me that you have heard from the minions of the king of Assyria.
Watch us all die.
Or I will delude him, he will
Is he
hear
still
a
there?
rumor and return to his land, and I will make him fall by the sword in his land.
Hey.
The Rabshakeh, meanwhile, heard that the king had left Lachish.
Having a donut
He
break?
turned
What are you
back
doing?
and found the king of Assyria attacking Libnah. But the king of Assyria learned that King Taraka of Nubia had come out to fight him. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, Tell this to King Hezekiah of Judah. Do not let your God, on whom you are relying, mislead you into thinking that Jerusalem will not be delivered into the hands of the king of Assyria.
Ouch!
You yourself have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the lands, how they have annihilated them. And can you escape? Were the nations that my predecessors destroyed Ozan, Haran, Rezeph, and the Bethedianites until Assur aid by their gods? Where is the king of Hamath? And the king of Arpad? And the kings of Lair, Sepharvaim, Hena, and Ivah? Hezekiah received the letter from the messengers and read it. Hezekiah then went up to the house of the El and spread it out before the El Ordord, and Hezekiah prayed to the El, Lord Oel of hosts, enthroned on the cherubim. You alone are God of all the kingdoms of the earth. You made the heavens and the earth. Lord Oel, incline your ear and hear, open your eye and see. Hear all the words that Sennacherib has sent to blaspheme the living God. ORD true.
There's
OL. The kings of Assyria have annihilated all the nations in their lands ORD and have committed their gods to the flames and have destroyed them. For they are not gods, but man's handwork of wood and stone. But now, OL our God, deliver us from his hands, and let all the kingdoms of the earth know that you, OL, alone are God. Ordord then Isaiah son of Amoz sent this message to Hezekiah, thus said the El, the God of Israel, to whom you have prayed, concerning King Sennacherib of Assyria ORD. This is the word that the El has spoken concerning him. Fair maiden Zion despises you, she mocks at you. Fair Jerusalem shakes her head at you. ORD whom have you blasphemed and reviled? Against whom made loud your voice and haughtily raised your eyes? Against the Holy One of Israel. Through your servants you have blasphemed my Lord. Because you thought, thanks to my vast chariotry, it is I who have climbed the highest mountains, to the remotest parts of the Lebanon, and have cut down its loftiest cedars, its choicest cypresses, and have reached its highest peak, its densest forest. It is I who have drawn and drunk water.
Great.
I have dried up with the soles of my feet all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard? Of old I planned the very thing, I designed it long ago, and now have fulfilled it. And it has come to pass, laying fortified towns waste in desolate heaps. Their inhabitants are helpless, dismayed and shamed. They were but grass of the field and green herbage, grass of the roof that is blasted before the east wind. I know your sayings and your goings and comings, and how you have raged against me, because you have raged against me, and your tumult has reached my ears. I will place my hook in your nose and my bit between your jaws. And I will make you go back by the road by which you came. And
hey,
this is the
yeah,
sign for you. This year you eat what grows of
all right,
itself,
hey,
and
Untitled
the next
3D, I
year
didn't
what
see you.
springs from that.
What's going
And
on,
in
man?
The third year sow and reap and plant vineyards and eat
Yeah,
their
I
fruits.
saved up for
And
like
the
a
survivors
month
of
to
the
get
house of Judah that had
2,500
escaped shall
acorn,
renew its trunk
and
below
I
and produce
ranked up
bounds
that
above.
MD.
For
Man, that's my
remnant
strategy.
shall come forth from Jerusalem, survivors from Mount Zion. The zeal of
It
the
took a
El of
while.
hosts shall bring this to pass.
I'm not going in here.
ORD
This is all
assuredly,
bots.
thus said the El concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not enter the city.
Okay, Raj is
He shall
calling me.
not
Hold on a
shoot an
second.
arrow
Raj
at
is
it,
pretty cool.
or advance upon it with a shield, or pile up a siege mound against it. ORD he shall go back by the way he came, he shall not enter this city declares the El, or I will protect and save the city for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. That night an angel of the El went out and struck down 185,000 in the Assyrian camp, and the following morning they were all dead corpses. ORD so King Sennacherib of Assyria broke camp and retreated, and stayed in Nineveh. While he was worshipping in the temple of his god Nisroch, he was struck down with the sword by his sons Adramelech and Sarezer. They fled to the land of Ararat, and his son Esarhaddon succeeded him as king. 38 inches those days Hezekiah fell dangerously ill. The prophet Isaiah son of Amoz came and said to him, thus said the El, set your affairs in order,
Look
or
on
you are
Mango.
going to
I want to
die.
get on with him.
You will not get well. Ord. Thereupon Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord, please, he said, remember
I got a fast
how I
heel
have walked
speed
before you
implant
sincerely
too.
and wholeheartedly, and have done what is pleasing to you.
I think.
And Hezekiah wept profusely. Ord. Then the word of the El came to Isaiah. Ord, go and tell Hezekiah, thus said the El, the God of your father David, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. I hereby add 15 years to your life. Or I will also rescue you and this city from the hands of the king of Assyria. I will protect this city. And this is the sign for you from the El that the El will do the thing that he has promised. Ord, I am going to make the shadow on the steps, which has descended on the dial of eyes because of the sun, recede 10 steps. And the sun's shadow receded 10 steps, the same steps as it had descended. Upon by King Hezekiah of Judah when he recovered from the illness he had suffered, I had thought, I must depart in the middle of my days. I have been consigned to the gates of Sheol for the rest of my years. I thought, I shall never see Yah in the land of the living, or ever behold men again among those who inhabit the earth. My dwelling is pulled up and removed from me like a tent of shepherds. My life is rolled up like a web and cut from the thrum. Only from daybreak to nightfall was I kept whole, then it was as though a lion were breaking all my bones. I cried out until morning. Only from daybreak to nightfall was I kept whole. I piped like a swift or a swallow, I moaned like a dove, as my
Man, I
eyes,
ain't getting
alworn, looked
I got
to
I got a
heaven.
deathmatch
My
ticket,
Lord,
free for
I
all.
am in straits.
All right, so I'm gonna go
Be
into
my
the free
surety.
for all deathmatch.
What can I say? He promised me, and he it is who has wrought it. All my sleep had fled because of the bitterness of my soul. My Lord, for all that and despite it my life breath is revived. You have restored me to health and revived me. Truly, it was for my own good that I had such great bitterness. You saved my life from the pit of destruction, for you have cast behind your back all my offenses. For it is not Sheol that praises you, not the land of death that extols you. Nor do they who descend into the pit hope for your grace. The living, only the living can give thanks to you as I do this day. Fathers, relate to children your acts of grace. It has pleased the El to deliver us.
Let me have a word
That
with
is
you,
why we
buddy.
offer up music
Come on,
all the days
back
of
up.
our lives
Get
at
up
the
here.
house of the El.
Yeah. Come on,
Our
don't
Lord,
try
when
to stand or
Isaiah
cover.
said,
I would
"Let them
prefer
take a
you
cake
to
of
go
figs and apply it to the rash,
over there.
and
Come on,
he will
move.
recover."
Move.
Hezekiah
Back up.
asked,
Back
"What will
up.
be
I
the
need you
sign
to
that
go
I shall
forward."
Go to the house of the El. Ord.
Dang you.
39 At that time, Merodach Baladan son of Baladan, the king of Babylon,
my turret's freezing.
sent envoys with a letter and a gift to Hezekiah, for he had heard about his illness and recovery. Hezekiah was pleased by their coming, and he showed them his treasure house, his silver, the gold, the spices, and the fragrant oil, and all his armory, and everything that was to be found in his storehouses. There was nothing in his palace or in all his realm that Hezekiah did not show them. Then the prophet Isaiah came to King Hezekiah.
Come on, you guys.
What?
Come over
He
here.
demanded of him.
nobody over
Did
here.
those men say to you? Where have they come to you from? They have come to me, replied Hezekiah, from a far country, from Babylon. Next he asked, what have they seen
Good.
in your palace? And Hezekiah replied, they have seen everything there is in my palace. There was nothing in my storehouses that I did not show them.
You can move,
Then
man.
Isaiah
It's
said
okay.
to Hezekiah,
Yeah, that's good.
hear the word
I'm
of the
gonna move a
El of
little bit.
hosts.
Yeah.
O.R.G.
Okay, but
a time is coming
you
when
wanna stay in the
everything
same
your
spot,
palace,
that's okay,
which
too.
your ancestors have stored up to this day, will be
I'm
carried
not
off
gonna,
to Babylon.
protest.
Nothing will be left behind,
Just
said
saying.
the Lord, and some of your sons, your own issue,
Yeah,
whom you will
what,
have fathered,
munchkin?
will be taken to serve as eunuchs in the palace of the king
Oh, yeah?
of Babylon.
Somebody engage him. That
Hezekiah
would be good.
declared to Isaiah, the word of the El that you have spoken is good. For he thought, it means that safety is
came after
assured
me.
for my time.
Stinking bot.
40 Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem, and declare to her that her term of service is over, that her iniquity is expiated. For she has
Remember.
received at the hand of the El double for all her sins. Or a voice rings out, clear in the desert a road for the El. Level in the wilderness a highway for our God. ORD, let every valley be
I
raised,
have a
every
word
hill
with you.
and
I want to have
mount
a
made
word with
low.
you. I want to have a word
Let
with
the
you.
rugged ground become level and the ridges become a plain. The presence of the El shall appear, and all flesh, as one, shall behold, for the El
What
himself
was
has
it?
spoken.
Yeah.
Our door the voice
Well.
rings out, proclaim. Another asks, what shall I proclaim?
My
All
turret's
flesh is
freezing.
grass, all its goodness like flowers of the field. A grass withers, flowers fade when the breath of the El blows on them. Indeed, man is but grass, ORD, grass withers, flowers fade, but the word of our God is always fulfilled. Ascend a lofty mountain, O herald of joy to Zion. Raise your voice with power, O herald of joy to Jerusalem, raise it, have no fear. Announce to the cities of Judah, behold your God. Behold, the Lord G comes in might, and his arm wins triumph for him. See, his reward is with him, his recompense before him. OD, like a shepherd he pastures his flock, he gathers the lambs in his arms and carries them in his bosom. Gently he drives the mother sheep. Who measured the waters with the hollow of his hand, and gauged the skies with a span, and meted earth's dust with a measure, and weighed the mountains with a scale and the hills with a balance. Who has plumbed the mind of the El, what man could tell him his plan? ORD, whom did he consult, and who taught him, guided him in the way of right? Who guided him in knowledge and showed him the path of wisdom? The nations are but a drop in a bucket, reckoned as dust on a balance. The very coastlands he lifts like motes. Lebanon is not fuel enough, nor its beasts enough for sacrifice. All nations are as naught in his sight. He accounts them as less than nothing. To whom, then, can you liken God? What form compare to him? The idol? A woodworker shaped it, and a smith overlaid it with gold, forging links of silver. D as a gift, he chooses the mulberry wood that does not rot, then seeks a skillful woodworker to make a firm idol, that will not topple. Do you not know? Have you not heard? Have you not been told from the very first? Have you not discerned how the earth was founded? D, it is he who is enthroned above the vault of the earth, so that its inhabitants seem as grasshoppers. Who spread out the skies like gauze, stretched them out like a tent to dwell in. He brings potentates to naught, makes rulers of the earth as nothing. Hardly are they planted, hardly are they sown, hardly has their stem taken root in earth, when he blows upon them and they dry up, and the storm bears them off like straw. To whom, then, can you liken me? To whom can I be compared? Ace, the Holy One. Lift high your eyes and see, who created these? He who sends out their host by count, who calls them each by name, because of his great might and vast power, not one fails to appear. Why do you say, O Jacob, why declare, O Israel, my way is hid from the El, my cause is ignored by my God? ORD, do you not know? Have you not heard? The El is God from of old, creator of the earth from end to end. He never grows faint or weary.
Hey,
His
Seth
wisdom
Lahos.
cannot be fathomed.
I finally saved up
ORD,
the
he
dang
gives strength to the weary, fresh vigor to the spent.
2,500 to
Youth may
rank
grow
up my
faint and
MD,
weary, and young men
and man, I
stumble
had a
and
lot of
fall.
fun with that.
But they who trust in the El shall renew their strength as eagles grow new plumes. They shall run and not grow weary, they shall march and not grow faint. ORD 41, stand silent before me, coastlands, and let nations renew their strength. Let them approach to state their case.
I'm
Let
trying
us
to
come
get
forward together for argument.
the 2 versus
Who has
2
roused a victor from the east, summoned him to his service? Has
award
delivered
playoff
up nations to
objective.
him, and trodden sovereigns down? Has rendered their swords like dust, their bows like wind-blown straw?
People ain't joining.
He pursues them, he goes on unscathed. No shackle is placed on his feet. Who has wrought and achieved this?
You think
He
you
who
could
announced
get
the generations from the start, the El,
Out
who
of all
was
these
first
friends.
and will be with the last as well. ORD, the coastlands look on in fear, the ends of earth tremble. They draw near and come. Each one helps the
Can I
other,
do this?
saying to his fellow, take courage. The woodworker encourages the smith. He who flattens with the hammer encourages him who pounds the anvil. He says of the riveting, it is good. and he fixes it with nails, that it may not topple. But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, seed of Abraham my friend, you whom I drew from the ends of the earth and called from its far corners, to whom I said, you are my servant. I chose you, I have not rejected you.
Yeah,
Fear
it's with
not,
clanmates.
for
If
I
you
am
want to
with
join
you.
my clan,
Be
I
not
got
frightened,
I managed
for
to
I
get.
am your God. I strengthen you and
I'm
I
gonna get
help
my
you.
brother to come
I
over to my
uphold
house
you
to
with my
play with
victorious
my
right hand.
daughter's account at the same time.
Shamed and chagrined shall be all
And
who
I
contend
got a
with you.
friend from
They who strive with you shall become
India, I
as naught
think.
and shall perish. You may seek, but shall not find those who
that's
struggle
fine.
with you.
No,
Less than nothing shall be the men
I
who
can't leave
battle
mine either
against you.
because I'm in with my daughter.
For I, the El, am your God, who grasps your
But
right
a
hand.
guy did join
who
me,
say to
so
you,
I got
have
some
no
of them.
fear.
Got some of the
I will be
objectives.
your help.
Okay, I need to pay attention
O-R-D,
here.
fear
What the
not,
hell's going on?
O worm Jacob, O man of Israel, will help you, declares the El your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. E-I-O-R-D-I will make of you a threshing board, a new thresher, with many spikes. You shall thresh mountains to dust, and make hills like chaff. You shall winnow them and the wind shall carry them off. The whirlwind shall scatter them. But you shall rejoice in
Always
the
wanted
El,
to
and glory in
get
the
to
Holy
heal
One of
your
Israel.
dumb fight me.
O-R-D, the poor and the needy seek water, and there is none. Their tongue is parched with thirst. I, the
Benny
El, will
G,
respond
man.
to them. I,
It's
the
very
God of
Botesque
Israel,
of you.
will not forsake
Thank you.
them. Or I will open up streams on the bare hills and fountains amid the valleys. I will turn the desert into ponds, the arid land into springs of water. I will plant cedars in the
So,
wilderness,
Benny G is
acacias
probably-
and myrtles and oleasters.
It's
I will
8
set
nothing.
cypresses in the desert, box trees and elms as well, that
The
men may
fierce
see
one.
and know, consider and
8-0.
comprehend that the El's hand has done this, that the Holy One of Israel has wrought it. O-R-D, submit your case, says the El. Offer your pleas, says the King of Jacob. O-R-D, let them approach and tell us what will happen. Tell us what has occurred, and we will take note of it. Or announce to us what will occur, that we may know
This
the
Benny
outcome.
G's on his revenge,
Or
trying to
tell
get
what
his
is yet
revenge
to happen,
point.
that we may know
Help.
that you are gods. Do anything, good or bad, that we may be awed and see. Why, you are less than nothing, your effect is less than nullity. One who chooses you is an abomination. I have roused him from the north, and he has come, from the sunrise, one who invokes my name. And he has trampled rulers like mud, like a potter treading clay. Who foretold this from the start, that we may note it? From aforetime, that we might say, he is right? Not one foretold, not one announced.
There's a real person.
No one has heard your utterance. The things once predicted to Zion, behold, here they are. And again I send a herald to Jerusalem. But I look and there is not a man. Not one of them can predict or can respond when I question him. See, they are all nothingness, their works are nullity, their statutes are naught and nil. 42 This is my servant, whom I uphold, my chosen one, in whom I delight. I have put my spirit upon him, he shall teach the true way to the nations. He shall not cry out or shout aloud, or make his voice heard in the streets. He shall not break even a bruised reed, or snuff out even a dim wick. He shall bring forth the true way. He shall not grow dim or be bruised till he has established the true way on earth. And the coastlands shall await his teaching. Thus said God the El, who created the heavens and stretched them out, who spread out the earth and what it brings forth, who gave breath to the people upon it and life to those who walk thereon. O-R-D-I-D-L, in my grace, have summoned you, and I have grasped you by the hand.
Run away, chicken.
I created you, and appointed you a covenant people, a light of nations. O-R-D.
I got no cover.
Eyes
Help.
deprived of light, rescuing prisoners
Get
from
up,
confinement,
die. Okay,
from the
good.
dungeon those who sit in darkness. I am the El, that is my name. I will not yield my glory to another, nor my
There's no
renown
cover
to
back
idols.
here. Help.
O-R-D-C, the things once predicted have come, and now I foretell new things, announce to you ere they sprout up. Sing to the El a new song, his praise from the ends of the earth, you who sail the sea and you creatures in it,
Help!
you coastlands and their inhabitants.
Kill this guy.
ORD, let the desert and its towns cry aloud, the villages where Kedar dwells. Let Selah's inhabitants shout, call out from the peaks of the mountains.
I thought guys with
honor
these
to
numbers
the
like this
El,
are new
and tell his
players
glory in the coastlands.
that they haven't set their
ORD,
name
the
up.
El goes forth like a warrior, like a fighter he lifts up his rage. He yells, he roars aloud, he charges upon his enemies. Ord, I have kept silent far too long, kept still and restrained myself. Now I will scream like a woman in labor, I will pant and I will gasp. Hills and heights will I scorch, cause all their green to wither. I will turn rivers into isles, and dry the marshes up. I will lead the blind by a road they did not know, and I will make them walk by paths they never knew. I will turn darkness before them to light, rough places into level ground. These are the promises, I will keep them without fail. Driven back and utterly shamed shall be those who trust in an image, those who say to idols, you are our
What?
gods. Listen, you who are deaf.
Everybody's gone.
You blind ones, look up and see. Who is so blind as my servant, so deaf as the messenger I sent? Who is so blind as the chosen one, so blind as the servant of the elf? ORD, seeing many things, he gives no heed. With ears open, he hears nothing. IDL desires his servant's vindication, that he may magnify and glorify his teaching. ORD, yet it is a people plundered and despoiled, all of them are trapped in holes, imprisoned in dungeons. They are given over to plunder, with none to rescue them. To despoilment, with none to say give back. If only you would listen to this, attend and give heed from now on. Who was it gave Jacob over to despoilment and Israel to plunderers? Surely, the El against whom they sinned, in whose ways they would not walk and whose teaching they would not obey. ORD,
I need to be
so
the
he poured out
disciple
wrath
of
upon
Chef
them,
Vlahos.
his anger and the fury of war. It blazed upon them all about, but they heeded not. It burned among them, but they gave it no thought.
I'm reading your chat. It's good.
43 But now thus said the El who created you, O
Alright, what am I
Jacob,
doing in
who
here?
formed you, O Israel, fear not, for I will redeem you. I have singled you out by name, you are mine. ORD, when you pass through water, I will be with you. Through streams, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be scorched. Through flame, it shall not burn you. For I,
Thank
the
you,
El, am your
Sophia.
God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. I give Egypt as a
Please don't
ransom for you,
start.
Nubia and Saba in exchange for you. ORD, because you are precious to me, and honored, and I love you, I give men
Let
in
me try to
exchange
keep her
for you
alive.
and peoples in your stead.
Upgrade it. Rank
Fear
up
not,
MD.
for I am with you. I will bring your folk from the east, will gather you out of the west. I will say to the north, give back. And to the south, do not withhold. Bring my sons from afar, and my daughters from the end of the earth, all who are linked to my name,
Where is she?
whom I have created, formed, and made for my glory,
she
setting free
join?
that people, blind though it has eyes and deaf though it has
I thought she was
ears.
finished, right?
All the nations assemble as one, the peoples gather. Who among them declared this, foretold to us the things that have happened? Let them produce their witnesses and be vindicated, that men, hearing them, may say, it is true. My witnesses are, declares the El, my servant, whom I have chosen,
Shoot.
to the end that you may take thought, and believe in me, and understand that I am He. Before me no God was formed, and after me none shall exist, you or none but me, the El.
Yeah.
Beside me, none can grant triumph. For I alone foretold the triumph, and I brought it to pass. I announced it, and no strange God was among you. So you are my witnesses, declares the El, and I am God. ORD, ever since day was, I am He. None can deliver from my hand. When I act, who can reverse
hell.
it? Thus said the El, your Redeemer, the Holy
much
One
for
of
that.
Israel. For your sake I send to Babylon. I will
Anata.
bring down all her bars.
That's probably
and the
Anata
Chaldeans
Shin,
shall raise their
you
voice
died.
in lamentation. ORDC, I am your Holy One, the El, your King, the
Went by
Creator
too
of
fast.
Israel. ORD, thus said the El, who made a road through the sea and a path through mighty waters, Ord who destroyed chariots and horses, and all the mighty host they laid down to rise no more, they were extinguished, quenched like a wick. Do not recall what happened of old, or ponder what happened of yore. I am about to do something new. Even now it shall come to pass, suddenly you shall perceive it, I will make a road through the wilderness and rivers in the desert. The wild beasts shall honor me, jackals and ostriches, for I provide water in the wilderness, rivers in the desert, to give drink to my chosen people, the people I formed for myself that they might declare my praise. But you have not worshipped me, O Jacob, that you should be weary of me, O Israel.
Gotcha
You
again.
have not brought me your sheep for burnt offerings, nor honored me with your sacrifices. I have not burdened you with meal offerings, nor wearied you about frankincense. You have not bought me fragrant reed with money, nor sated me with the fat of your sacrifices. Instead, you have burdened me with your sins, you have wearied me with your iniquities. It is I who for my own sake wipe your transgressions away and remember
what do you want me to
your
do?
sins
Lay down
no
and
more.
die?
Help me remember. Let us join in argument, tell your version, that you may be vindicated. Your earliest ancestors sinned, and your spokesman transgressed against me. So I proclaimed the holy princes. I abandoned Jacob to proscription and Israel to mockery. G44 But hear, now, O Jacob my servant, Israel whom I have chosen. Thus said the El, your maker, your creator who has helped you since birth. Fear not, my servant Jacob, Jeshurun whom I have chosen, Ord even as I pour water on thirsty soil, and rain upon dry ground, so will I pour my spirit on your offspring, my blessing upon your posterity. And they shall sprout like grass, like willows by watercourses. One shall say, I am the El's, another shall use the name of Jacob, another shall mark his arm of the El and adopt the name of Israel. Our Lord thus said the El, the King of Israel, their Redeemer, the El of hosts, I am the first and I am the last, and
because my
no
Yiddish
God
is
but me.
better than Hebrew.
Our Lord who like me
Nicht
can
de Zoek
announce,
met
can
Wilde met
foretell
een
it
green
and
en
he match
defense
me
met Dortmund.
thereby.
Mijn schatz.
Even as I
Voor
told the
levenswelken
future
bij
to an
China.
ancient people, so let
Dortmund
him
is mijn
foretell coming
ruheplaats.
events
Do you
to
understand
them.
me?
Do not be frightened, do not be shaken. Have I not from of old predicted to you? I foretold,
Because my
and you are my
Shogunai
witnesses.
language skills are bad.
Is there
That's
any
why.
God?
This
Then,
is the
but me?
Savaria
There is
Isaiah.
no
Actually,
other
if you were,
rock. I know none.
if you're on my
The
stream,
makers of idols all work to no purpose.
the
And the things they
the
treasure
beginning
can
of
do
this
no good,
audio.
as they themselves can testify. They neither look nor think, and so they shall be shamed.
yeah.
Who would fashion
There's
God
a
forecast
true
as
story.
such
This
that
guy
can
got
do no
told
good?
in his community.
Lo,
He was told to
all
go
its
see Blazing
adherents shall
Saddles,
be shamed.
and it took him a
They
while
are
to get the time to go
craftsmen, are merely
to see
human.
Blazing Saddles, and
Let them all assemble
he gets
and
he
stand
has to
up.
go out of the neighborhood,
They
and
shall
it's
be
like
cowed, and they
there's
shall
no
be
Jews in the
shamed.
theater. He's the only Jew in the theater. Of
craftsman
course,
in
in it
iron,
there's a
with
scene.
his tools, works it over charcoal and fashions it by hammering, working with the strength of his arm.
This is a true story. There's a scene where the Indian warrior chief, catches catches a wagon train or whatever, and the guys lean out from under the hood, and they're black, right? And the Indian chief is like, "Oi, schwarz is." And the only Jewish guy in the theater like cracks up, right? He's hold on a second. The warrior brave gets his scalp and tomahawk, and he's getting ready to hit him, and the Indian chief is like, "No, seid nicht bescheuert." And the guy busts out laughing again, right? And the whole theater is silent because nobody understands, right? And there's no subtitles, right? And then the Indian chief is like, "Hello, Jim Gade." And then he's like, "Kappa walk, Saturday." And the people on the wagon are like, oh, thank you. And the Indian chief is like, I'll be gesund. So, it's a true story. The guy's leaving the theater, right? And somebody's like, hey, buddy. He's like, yeah. And the guy's like, hey, buddy, you speak Indian? What was the Indian chief saying that was so funny? Okay, you probably, if you don't speak Yiddish, you don't get it. But the deal is the Indian chief was Mel Brooks. And the whole thing, he's speaking Yiddish, right? And just because we're on the topic of Yiddish and where people don't know that it's Yiddish, one of the great classics, about before the Holocaust had really started, right? There was discussion or whatever, and Charlie Chaplin was making a movie called The Great Dictator. All right, so he's making this movie, and he shot all the footage, right? It's in canister, right? And he's supposed to, they're like, the censors are like, this is a big movie, you can't just lambast and joke about, a respected head of state like Adolf Hitler. That literally happened. Now, meanwhile, this group of Lithuanian Jews, and I suspect Jules Weiss, the director, is Jewish. He didn't identify as Jewish. Jules White, it was Julius Weiss, right? But the Three Stooges decided to do a satire of Hitler, and because the Chaplin stuff was already shot, people don't know this. The Stooges flew under the radar, and they did the first satire of Hitler, right? That was actually broadcast, and it's like the way that they do it is like these bankers are sitting around a table in the episode, and they're like, "Wow, we only made $14 million in the last quarter. We need to start we got to do something. We got to start a war." But the king, of Moronica, that's the country, Moronica. Like, the king of Moronica, is peace loving, right? So, what are we gonna do? And the bankers are like, we need to overthrow the monarchy and elect a dictator that will take us into a war so we can sell all these weapons and make all this money. Man, that's awesome, because that's like really what happened. I mean, Krupp, read the Nuremberg trials files. The guys behind the scenes that were making all the weapons, they were like, oh, well, they're innocent, they were just business people or whatever. And Krupp is like, he's old. Why didn't they bring Krupp out and hang him, right? Well, because he was sick. Okay, well, but what did the Stooges do? The bankers are sitting around and they're like, we'll overthrow the monarchy and we'll put in a dictator. We'll start a big war and we'll make all this money, right? And one of the bankers is like, but who would be stupid enough to fall for such a trap to serve as dictator? And the Three Stooges are in the next room, right? And the guy that owns the banker, he's like, I think I've got just the men. And they walk into the next room, right? And the Stooges are there, and like, gentlemen, we have an offer for you. And the Stooges walk up and they're like, Shalom Aleichem, right? All right, now and don't take my word for it, you should go back and see it. Mo Hailstone is the guy that imitates Hitler. He's Moses Horowitz. He's a Lithuanian Jew. His brother Curly was Jerome Horowitz, and then Louis Feinberg was Larry Fine, the third Stooge or whatever. The banker says to him, "What, would you like to be a dictator?" And what's a dictator do? He gets all these beautiful girls and eats everything that he wants to eat. And he's like, "Let me think." And he's like, he accidentally puts masking tape. He's got this hand touches some masking tape on the table, and he accidentally puts it on his. And he pulls his thing, and he's like, pulls his hair back. He looks just like Scheckelgruber. Now, for those of you that don't know, it so happened that Hitler's real name, was Adolf Scheckelgruber. Right? Now, the Stooges never called him Hitler because he has a Yiddish name. That's like, okay, to name somebody with a name like, what does that mean? Scheckelgruber, right? It means somebody that digs in the dirt for money. And in Yiddish, it means several different bad things. It also means, if you call somebody Scheckelgruber, it means somebody that is a miser that hoards money and hides money away, just a greedy bastard. So it's like, I had a Bosnian girlfriend. She never knew. She never knew that his name was actually Scheckelgruber, right? She was like, my God, he never, with a name like that, he never would have got into power. Right? It's like, you didn't know that was his real name. So the Stooges, when they're doing this, and I'm going to end this conversation and get back to Fighting on Mech Arena, but and do see this if you hadn't seen it. The Stooges always in their anti-Nazi satires, they never use the word Hitler the whole time. They always call him Scheckelgruber. Their position was that he was appealing to the broadest audience. They know in the United States everybody hates the Jews and loves Hitler and all that stuff in their milieu or whatever. So they're like, we're going to get the most people laughing if we make out like Hitler's Jewish, right? So they're like, well, yeah, he's got a Jewish name. Well, in what sense a Jewish name? And I would like to say, Jews, when they get a name like Schwartz, like black or whatever like that, it's a name that identifies them in a community as not white. Right, like racially, like as Jews, right? So a name like Scheckelgruber is a name that you would expect some Austrian government official to say, this is your name, because you can't be called Aaron or Hillel or something like that. All right, so the funny, and don't just believe me. And I've always wanted somebody that's because I just grew up. My sister's husband, who was my father essentially in the household or whatever, he was a Polish Jew, and he was secular, but he was in Yiddish preservation. And as I get older, I'm really trying to do the same thing, because he was my guiding light. He really, but he, if you watch this episode of The Three Stooges, whenever Mo Hailstone gets angry or whatever, he's supposed to talk like Hitler or whatever. He starts speaking Yiddish, right? and you got to see it to believe it. And the very clear thing that you get, there's a close up of him when he gets furious and he starts yelling, and he's like, and Pupik Gehabthaben, and he's like, you can hear him saying Gehabthaben, you're right, but Pupik is the belly button, like the navel, right? So in Gehabthaben is in I have had it in the belly button, which is, that's like, had what in the belly button? And you hear him screaming, something, I can't make it out, but it's in something Gehabthaben, something Gehabthaben. It's like I've been screwed in every orifice, and I've had it. Now I'm really gonna, and in retrospect, I think it's very, very profound representation of the man, because he was in trench warfare and probably had brain damage and all this kind of stuff like that. But yeah, and another classic, and this will be the last thing. Another classic from that particular episode, I think it's I'll Never Heil Again, or You Nazi Spy. Look it up. Somebody rushes in the room and they're like, Matty Herring has started a conspiracy to overthrow the dictatorship and reestablish the monarchy. And somebody says, what should we do? And Mo Hailstone says, we'll start a Blitzkrieg. A Blitzkrieg. Which, okay, for people who don't know that's funny. It's like it's a, you know, Jewish people were laughing at that time or whatever, because it's a word that we use for pancakes, blintzes, right? Yeah. So we'll start a Blitzkrieg, right? And you know, you got to think about it at this time. You know, people are somber now and stuff like that, but nobody knew the Holocaust was happening, right? It was just, you know, at that stage they really didn't know how bad it was going to be. I think a lot of Gandhi's writing and stuff needs to be revisited in the context of what was known when he said certain things that he said. You know, Gandhi, I've seen tabloids saying Gandhi was a Nazi or whatever because he wrote friendly letters to Hitler. You know, it probably at the time he was not aware. He was like, don't do this thing. And you should read all the commentary around Gandhi's writing, because people were writing him letters saying we have to support England, and people were writing him letters saying we have to not support England. Some Hindus were like, Germany's small fry. You know, the Germans are just imitating England, right? England's the real enemy, right? And if you know, they've already killed far more of us, you know, than the Germans have. And then some Hindus were writing and saying, no, the Nazis are far worse than the English in their ideology. That was they still had some affinity for the British Empire. But yeah, the response to we'll start a Blitzkrieg is Curly says, oh, I just love blintzes, especially with Sour Creek. Sour Creek. Yeah, I want to get a definitive list of every anti-Nazi satire that they did, but like one episode, I forget what it is, but they're lost at sea, and they get, oh, there's a ship, and they get on board the ship, and the life preserver has SS Scheckelgruber. The SS Scheckelgruber. They're like, oh no. But anyway, so yeah, in Blazing Saddles, I'm ADHD, but I know I was talking about Blazing Saddles, and I ended it with the guy saying, "Hey, buddy, you speak Indian?" He didn't know he was speaking that the Indian chief was speaking Yiddish, right? So what happens is, well, no. What did I want to say? What I wanted to say is, what did he say in Yiddish? He's like, oh, you know, like calamity or whatever. They're black. Right? He's like, oh, they're black. That's what he says in Yiddish, right? And when the black people stick their head out of the wagon train, and the guy pulls up his tomahawk, and he's like, oh, seid nicht mehr. It's like, don't be crazy. Right? So the brave puts down his tomahawk, right? And then the Indian chief solemnly says, Lojem gain. It's like G-E-H-E-N in German, right? But in Yiddish it's G-E-Y-N, because you use the you know, with the Hebrew character you have that Y sound or whatever. But the yeah, Lojem gain is let them go. And then all of a sudden, the really hilarious thing is he goes to some kind of Brooklyn or New York. He's like, Kappa walk. Today. Right? And then they're like, oh, thank you. And he's like, Abi gesund. As long as you'll be happy as long as you're healthy. When you say Abi gesund, it's like, as long as you stay healthy, you're going to be happy. Right? Is what that means. But yeah, I'm my Yiddish is I went to China for 7 years, and I never studied Yiddish. My sister's husband, went off with this. Yeah, he went to live very far away, and we kind of lost touch for many years. And now that I've come back home and settled back down in my hometown, I took the decision. Well, to learn Hebrew, Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu Shalom, which I'm doing. Mika Moka Bailim Adonai, and all the Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu. I'm working on it, but first and foremost, I want to carry on what my family was doing, which was trying to preserve Yiddish culture, which I feel is too awesome to let it drop. And I'll tell you, I was at Temple, and there's a guy there. I don't want to dox anybody, but he's got Horowitz. So I'm like, oh, do you like the Three Stooges? And he's like, no. And he turns around, doesn't speak to me, say another word to me the rest of the day. I'm like, what, was that a big falling out of family, trauma or something like that? They made a lot of money and they didn't share it or something. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. He would be probably really pissed off because he was like in Vietnam and a helicopter attack pilot and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't blame you for that. Maybe he was drafted for serving in a fascist invasion of a fascist genocidal invasion of another country. I don't blame him for that, but I do fault him for acting in an insulting manner towards another Jewish person for just bringing up who I consider to be some great Jews. And Julius White didn't identify as Jewish, but I really, it's like the Grease man, Doug Tracht, Lutheran, right? Man, he knows so much Yiddish. Too much. I don't know if you know Doug Tracht, but he did like these routines of the lawman, the Wild West, the only Yiddish lawman of the Wild West. Ride, Irving. He's like, I was polishing my mezuzah. Was shown up by his cousins in the from the city that came to visit him because they're all driving cars and stuff like that. He decides to buy a Model T. He goes to the he goes to the Orthodox rabbi. He's like, can I get a bracha for my Model T? And the rabbi's like, what's a Model T? It's like, well, I better go to the conservative rabbi. So he goes to the conservative. Can I get a bracha for my Model T? Conservative rabbi's like, what's a Model T? It's like, well, I better go to the reform. I'll go to the reform rabbi. He goes to the reform. Can I get a bracha for my Model T? And the reform rabbi is like, what's a bracha? Anyway, okay, so let me go play this game. Seven online? Somebody better join me. Well, okay, I wanna try to get my 2 verses too. I enjoy that. Let's see who's out here. Okay, Memnus, this is the deal. I'm gonna add you this time, and I'm gonna have to unfriend you because all morning I've added you every time. You never join me. You got no time for me, and it'll be easier for you because I got a bigger squad power from on your team, right? It's beneficial for you. But you're not gonna do it. So look, I'm gonna take care of this now. No hard feelings, Memnus, but gee, I need my coin. Where's this guy? Oh no, he's gonna be at the bottom. Lord. I really wish I had a slider here, so. And don't anybody text me saying I ought to write up a request. And, you know, he could have been in the bathroom every time. You know, maybe he's got a colostomy bag. But I got too many. I got 30 recommendations, and my thing is almost full. I need to clear out people that are not joining. Okay, Willie Daxter, I've invited you all morning. Have you joined me? No, you have not. But Untitled EXE is there. Hey, man. All right, let me take care of Willie Daxter. And I'm sorry, no hard feelings, guys, but man, there's limited time here. Oh, Sophia, what happened? Why did she leave me? Might be quick enough to get in a position, but I'm not sure if it's the best loadout. Yeah, Firebird. My Yiddish is better than my Hebrew. You know, and my Yiddish is not good. But my Chinese is really good. When my sister's husband moved away or whatever, I didn't have an environment for language development, and so I picked up Mandarin Chinese, and I did that for 10 years. But I went to China and lived in China and learned some dialect even. So my Mandarin is passable.
Should he go hungry, his strength would ebb. Should he drink no water, he would grow faint. The craftsman in wood measures with a line and marks out a shape with a stylus. He forms it with scraping tools, marking it out with a compass. He gives it a human form, the beauty of a man, to dwell in a shrine. For his use he cuts down cedars. He chooses plane trees and oaks. He sets aside trees of the forest, or plants firs, and the rain makes them grow. All this serves man for fuel. He takes some to warm himself, and he builds a fire and bakes bread. He also makes a god of it and worships it, fashions an idol and bows down to it. Part of it he burns in a fire, on that part he roasts meat, he eats the roast and is sated. He also warms himself and cries, "Ah, I am warm. I can feel the heat." Of the rest he makes a god his own carving. He bows down to it, worships it. He prays to it and cries, "Save me, for you are my God." They have no wit or judgment, their eyes are besmeared, and they see not. Their minds, and they cannot think. They do not give thought, they lack the wit and judgment to say, "Part of it I burned in a fire. I also baked bread on the coals, I roasted meat and ate it. Should I make the rest in abhorrence? Should I bow to a block of wood?" He pursues ashes. A deluded mind has led him astray, and he cannot save himself. He never says to himself, the thing in my hand is a fraud. Remember these things, O Jacob, for you, O Israel, are my servant. I fashioned you, you are my servant, O Israel, never forget me. I wipe away your sins like a cloud, your transgressions like mist. Come back to me, for I redeem you. Shout, O heavens, for the El has acted. Shout aloud, O depths of the earth. Shout for joy, O mountains, O forests with all your trees. For the El has redeemed Jacob, has glorified himself through Israel. Our Lord, thus said the El, your Redeemer, who formed you in the womb. It is I, the El, who made everything, who alone stretched out the heavens and unaided spread out the earth. Our Lord, who annul the omens of diviners, and make fools of the augurs. Who turns sages back and make nonsense of their knowledge. But confirm the word of my servant and fulfill the prediction of my messengers. It is I who say of Jerusalem, it shall be inhabited, and of the towns of Judah, they shall be rebuilt. And I will restore their ruined places. I, who said to the deep, be dry. I will dry up your floods, and the same who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd. He shall fulfill all my purposes. He shall say of Jerusalem, she shall be rebuilt, and to the temple, you shall be founded again. 45 Thus said the El to Cyrus, his anointed one, whose right hand he has grasped, treading down nations before him, ungirding the loins of kings, opening doors before him and letting no gate stay shut. ORDAB, I will march before you and level the hills that loom up. I will shatter doors of bronze and cut down iron bars. See, I will give you treasures concealed in the dark and secret hoards, so that you may know that it is I, the El, the God of Israel, who call you by name. ORD, for the sake of my servant Jacob, Israel my chosen one, I call you by name, I hail you by title, though you have not known me. I am the El, and there is none else. Beside me, there is no God. I engird you, though you have not known me, ORD, so that they may know, from east to west, fun. That there is none but me.
Oh, take care, Chef Lajos. I was concentrating.
I form light and create darkness. I make weal and create woe. I, the El, do all these things. ORD, pour down, O skies, from above. Let the heavens rain down victory. Let the earth open up and triumph sprout. Yes, let vindication spring up. I, the El, have created it. ORD, shame on him who argues with his maker, though not but a potsherd of earth. Shall the clay say to the potter, what are you doing? Your work has no handles? D, shame on him who asks his father, what are you begetting? Or a woman, what are you bearing? Thus said the El, Israel's Holy One and Maker, will you question me on the destiny of my children? Will you instruct me about the work of my hands? ORDE, it was I who made the earth and created man upon it. My own hand stretched out the heavens, and I marshaled all their host. It was I who roused him for victory and who level all roads for him. He shall rebuild my city and let my exiled people go without price and without payment. Aid the El of hosts. ORD, thus said the El,
okay,
Egypt's wealth and Nubia's gains and
restart the
Saba's,
game here,
long
so
of limb,
quit
shall
right.
pass over to you and be
go
yours.
To intermission.
Pass over and
They're doing
follow you
server
in
maintenance.
fetters. Bow low to you and reverently address you.
I want a clean
Only
restart
among you is
before
God.
I
There is
play
no
again.
other God at all. ORDG, you are indeed a God who concealed himself, O God of it.
coming back. Oh, okay, I'm gonna follow you. 2015. Man, this guy goes back. Oh. I mean, really, I'm curious, is anybody out there able to read the book of Isaiah in Hebrew? Right? Okay, this is another reason why I would listen to the Torah in, there's a lot of reasons in English. First of all, because I cannot read it in Hebrew. Right, okay. The second reason is it is an important historical book. Artifact, right? It's been misinterpreted a lot. But a third reason is if you're going to read the book of Isaiah in biblical Hebrew and your main language is English, the first thing you need to do is know the entire book very well. You know, it's like, an opera. If you're going to sing an opera in Italian, you need to know the story very well. Right, and then you can that's kind of step one. Okay, now I had tried to plug in my phone. That was a fail. Looking for batteries here. I'm trying to get ready to. Theoretically, this works. In theory. If it's not dead. Okay. And then this guy should be a good battery. Man, I'm trying to get back on. Is Plarium running again? Yeah. It turns out I have to take my wife to work. So I gotta prepare for the trip, make the most of it. Multiple phones. I always film when I go out. I have these days, it's like every time you go out in the United States, at least, every time you go out, you don't know if you're gonna come back alive because people are shooting everybody. Yeah, that's the foundation of America, right? Go and shoot everybody in sight. And then take everything that's left. And I think one of the aspects of all these mass shootings is like they ended plunder, right? I mean, in war historically, the soldiery, they could carry off loot, right, and enrich themselves or whatever. It was a way that you could come back from war and pay your debts and stuff like that. Get your farm going again. Loot was part of the deal, right? But since this ideological shift that we've had where it's like, it's us against the forces of evil or something like that, we're supposed to have all these, we would never take loot, right? So soldiers, if they try to take loot, they go to jail, right? So they go and they fight wars and they get nothing for it. Except, they can read the story of George Washington cutting down the cherry tree. No, acknowledged by the person who wrote it to be false. What's that? Okay, so yeah, we've got this situation now. Generally, when I'm out in public, I've got I'm wearing a camera, because you're gonna, you might be dead, and one of the things I've thought about is if I can get really good at live streaming from a phone. Well, I want to share this. Okay, let me go to a live stream. I thought early on it was going to be really a change in a good kind of way for people to be able to live stream directly to the internet. Right? Because if the cops take your phone, I mean, traditionally, this was a thing that happened in East Timor when the Timor genocide was going on. Is one of the only ways that there was this big massacre, and the human rights people that made video of like a funeral procession getting wiped out in Indonesia, just Einsatzgruppen style, they exterminated them to the last man. The only way the video got out is a guy was smart enough to pop out the video and bury it. And then after the massacre happened, they went back and they dug it up and smuggled it out of the country, and that helped to raise awareness of what was going on. Now we're in a situation now, and I'm an advocate for this. When I'm driving down the street, I've got multiple cameras. Now my dash cam is not streaming to the internet. I wish I could have a private set, because I mean, your boring, mundane, everyday stuff, people don't necessarily want to watch that. It may 1,000 years from now be of historical interest or something like that, or statistical interest. A math person might be interested in it. But somebody that wants to watch games for entertainment, no, that's not it. But the power of that is like if the police pull you over and decide to kill you or something like that, it's like they could take your camera and destroy it. But if your camera was streaming live to the internet, they wouldn't be able. So it makes people think twice. I mean, and think about this. You say, well, that police officer that's doing that deserves to be caught and deserves to be punished. Well, yeah, that may be the case. But wouldn't it be better if the police officer never even thought of doing that? Because he's like, somebody can see me. I would not do that if and this is the profound atheism of Christianity or Protestantism in the South, at least as I've seen it, is that by and large, they're all going to church, but they don't believe in that there's a God. And the way you can tell they don't believe there's a God or there's any is because they do things all the time where they're like, as long as nobody sees me. Right? The idea of God, for it to function, is that God always sees you. Right? And for me, the real God is I lived secular most of my life. The real God this is an aspect of the Abrahamic experience, is the one that really set up the laws of the universe, physics and stuff like that. Not, to me, a lot of preserved Jewish and religious scripture and stuff like that is really just another golden calf. Right? Now, what I mean by that, it's an image. You don't make images of God. It's like Shiva. Any Hindu will tell you that if you reduce Shiva to like the lingam and the yoni, and then think of that as a phallic symbol, then you really lost it. Yeah, there's a phallic symbol there. There's a symbol of the yoni there, but that is not Lord Shiva. That is not which is supposed to be the true thought of as the true God, the real God, not the false one. All right. So yeah, back to this thing like Isaiah. I cannot. I'll be quite frank. I can't understand it in Hebrew. I can't read it in Hebrew. I aspire to that, but Yiddish is in the foreground as far as the amount of time that I spend on a daily basis. Because of I need to teach my daughter Yiddish. That's priority. And the Hebrew is going to set the ground for the. She'll get a lot of Hebrew words that way. Yeah. It'll be the groundwork for learning Hebrew, which is great. I totally support learning Hebrew, but also, who can read this? Can somebody get on my stream and say, hey, I can read the book of Isaiah in biblical Hebrew fluently, right? I would really like to meet that person if they're out there. Great book, incidentally. But the beginning of this file that I made this file, it's the Sefaria Isaiah with the Hebrew trimmed out of it, and it's not displaying Hebrew. And in the beginning of it, it's like an old edition of Encyclopedia Judaica, I think a 2015 edition, or maybe even earlier. I'm not sure which edition. So it's the full article on Isaiah, the person. The guy that Manasseh, he was like prophesying or whatever, and Manasseh was pissed, and he's like, shut this guy up. And they got this hollowed out trunk of cedar, I think, and they dropped him down in there where he couldn't move, and they took a big saw and they just sawed him in half. That guy, right? Isn't that the one? I don't know. It could be my schizophrenia or schizophrenia hallucinatory. I don't know. All right. Where's Macarena? I thought I started. Okay, there it goes. All right. Running? Launching? Okay. I gotta play guitar today, man. I really do. Oh. See, I got a warning. Okay, not a chance. Cool. Mio B complex. B complex Mio or whatever. Not sure. I need to read a review of that because it dang sure has got enough orange dye. I wake up one morning, look like Donald Trump. I'm orange. Ah! Did you hate it when that happens? Okay. Where are you? Okay. Boy, is he bending. The fierce. Right, man. I deserve that. I'm really just like playing like a drunken fool. Okay, and I'm trying to work on the support mech skills or whatever. Hot nitty. Baby, I've been dreaming of you. I need some kind of implant that increases my EM radius, my EM pulse radius. Man. There you go. Thank you, Dare. She likes me. Bot. Good. Thank you. Can move if you want. Oh! Get with. I'm gonna try to stand behind near Earth. Oops! Gonna die! Can I get close quarters? Is that what we're gonna get? Near Earth, do you mind? Yeah. Don't be a bot. Right now. Oh, you're just waiting for a chance to automatically hit somebody. That's what it is. Gotta see if somebody comes out. Talking 8:30 here. I may be able to get my whole thing in. Thank you. Don't be a stupid bot. It's Jorgen. Jorgen. Okay, so let's try to do support next. Jorgen. Can somebody kill him? Oh, want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Up. Yarg. Well, making them count. Well, toasty. Still reloading. My Zephyr is like not ranked up at all. Oh, can I do this thing? Waiting for a reload, are you? What is that? Helix rack. That's what it is. Ah! Oh. That sucked. At least it was hilarious. Whoops. Bloopers. Okay, I'm not hitting you at all. How come you're not dying? Could you die, please? Hey! Oh! Where are we at? I'm being slaughtered, actually. Maybe they're doing okay, but I'm not. It's neck and neck. Oh. Okay, Brontosaurus, you know. Okay, you can't launch those down there. Look, this is okay. I'm just gonna stay on Brontosaurus because this is really. What the H is that? That's a bug. Bots should not be that stupid. Combat point limit reached. Yeah, so I had better switch to my daughter's account. Guess the server maintenance must be getting ready to hit me. Excuse me. Pandu. Gigi Boo. What's that? Okay. Oh, and like nobody up in here. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Wait, I got deathmatch tickets. And it's free for all. I love that. Okay, so. And I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna put my support max down first. So, first with the MD, come out into the game with my absolute weakest. Can't even touch this guy. Oh shoot, I did not mean to hit that. Stop. Oops, did it again. Need practice. And I don't even have a Zephyr. Okay, okay, well. The Bears got the tape. Wow, that was close. Here it comes. Destroyed by bots.
God of Israel, who bring victory. Those who fabricate idols, all are shamed and disgraced. To a man, they sling away in disgrace. But Israel has won through the El triumph everlasting. You shall not be shamed or disgraced in all the ages to come. Ord, for thus said the El, the creator of heaven, who alone is God, who formed the earth and made it, who alone established it. He did not create it a waste, but formed it for habitation. I am the El, and there is none else. Ord, I did not speak in secret, at a sight in the land of darkness. I did not say to the stock of Jacob, seek me out in a wasteland. I the El, who foretell reliably, who announce what is true. Ord, come, gather together, draw nigh, you remnants of the nations. No foreknowledge had they who carry their wooden images and pray to a God who cannot give success. Speak up, compare testimony, let them even take counsel together. Who announced this aforetime, foretold it of old? Was it not IDL? Then there is no God beside me, no God exists beside me who foretells truly and grants success. Ord, turn to me and gain success, all the ends of earth. For I am God, and there is none else. By myself have I sworn, from my mouth has issued truth, a word that shall not turn back. To me every knee shall bend, every tongue swear loyalty. They shall say, only through the El can I find victory and might. When people trust in him, all their adversaries are put to shame. Ord, it is through the El that all the offspring of Israel have vindication and glory. Ord 46 Bel is bowed, Nebo is cowering, their images are a burden for beasts and cattle.
Dang
The
it.
things you would carry in procession are now piled as
Come
a
on,
burden
vampire
on tired
coins.
beasts. They cowered, they bowed as well, they could not rescue the burden, and they themselves went into captivity. Listen to me, O house of Jacob, all that are left of the house of Israel, who have been carried since birth, supported since leaving the womb, till you grow old, I will still be the same. When you turn gray, it is I who will carry. I was the maker, and I will be the bearer. And I will carry and rescue you. To whom can you compare me or declare me similar? To whom can you liken me, so that we seem comparable? Those who squander gold from the purse and weigh out silver on the balance, they hire a metal worker to make it into a god, to which they bow down and prostrate themselves. They must carry it on their backs and transport it. When they put it down, it stands, it does not budge from its place. If they cry out to it, it does not answer. It cannot save them from their distress. Keep this in mind, and stand firm. Take this to heart, you sinners. Bear in mind what happened of old. For I am God, and there is none else, I am divine, and there is none like me. I foretell the end from the beginning, and from the start, things that had not occurred. I say, my plan shall be fulfilled. I will do all I have proposed. I summon that swooping bird from the east. From a distant land, the man for my purpose. I have spoken, so I will bring it to pass.
Come on, vampire coins.
I have designed it, so I will complete it. Listen to me, you stubborn of heart, who are far from victory. I am bringing my victory close. It shall not be far, and my triumph shall not be delayed. I will grant triumph in Zion to Israel, in whom I glory. 47 Get down, sit in the dust, fair maiden Babylon. Sit, dethroned, on the ground, O fair Chaldea. Nevermore shall they call you the tender and dainty one. Grasp the handmill and grind meal. Remove your veil, strip off your train, bare your leg, wade through the rivers. Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame shall be exposed. I will take vengeance, and let no man intercede. Our Redeemer of hosts is his name is the Holy One of Israel. Orda sit silent. Retire into darkness, O fair Chaldea. Nevermore shall they call you mistress of kingdoms. I was angry at my people, I defiled my heritage. I put them into your hands, but you showed them no mercy. Even upon the age you made your yoke exceedingly heavy. You thought, I shall always be the mistress still. You did not take these things to heart, you gave no thought to the end of it. And now hear this, O pampered one who dwell in security, who think to yourself, I am, and there is none but me. I shall not become a widow or no loss of children. These two things shall come upon you, suddenly, in one day, loss of children and widowhood shall come upon you in full measure, despite your many enchantments and all your countless spells. You were secure in your wickedness. You thought, no one can see me. It was your skill and your science that led you astray. And you thought to yourself, I am, and there is none but me. Evil is coming upon you which you will not know how to charm away. Disaster is falling upon you which you will not be able to appease. Coming upon you suddenly is ruin of which you know nothing.
Shoot.
Be stand up, with your spells and your many enchantments on which you labored since youth. Perhaps you'll be able to profit, perhaps you will find strength. See you're helpless, despite all your art. Let them stand up and help you now, the scanners of heaven, the stargazers,
Mozambique,
by month,
thank you.
Whatever will come upon you. See, they are become like straw, fire consumes them. They cannot save themselves from the power of the flame. This is no coal for warming oneself, no fire to sit by. This is what they have profited you, the traitors you dealt with since youth. Each has wandered off his own way, there is none to save you. 48 Listen to this, O house of Jacob, who bear the name Israel and have issued from the waters of Judah, who swear by the name of the El and invoke the God of Israel, though not in truth and sincerity. Ord, for you are called after the holy city, and you do lean on the God of Israel, whose name is El of hosts.
The Arachnos is now supporting,
I foretold things that happened, from my mouth they issued, and I announced them. Suddenly I acted, and they came to pass. Because I know how stubborn you are, your neck is like an iron sinew and your forehead bronze. Therefore I told you long beforehand, announced things to you ere they happened, that you might not say, my idol caused them, my carved and molten images ordained them. You have heard all this. Look, must you not acknowledge it? As of now, I announce to you new things, well-guarded secrets you did not know. Only now are they created, and not of old. Before today you had not heard them. You cannot say, I knew them already. You had never heard, you had never known, your ears were not opened of old.
Again?
Though I know that you are treacherous, that you were called a rebel from birth, for the sake of my name I control my wrath. To my own glory, I am patient with you, and I will not destroy you. DC, I refine you, but not as silver. I test you in the furnace of affliction.
The Arachnos is now support
my own sake,
or is it?
Do I act lest my name be dishonored? I will not give my glory to another. Listen to me, O Jacob, Israel, whom I have called. I am he in the first, and I am the last as well. My own hand founded the earth, my right hand spread out the skies. I call unto them, let them stand up. Assemble, all of you, and listen. Who among you foretold these things? He whom the El loves shall work his will against Babylon, and, with his might, against Chaldea. Orddi, I predicted, and I called him. I have brought him, and he shall succeed.
Another
in his
reason
mission.
I'm listening to Isaiah is because it's a great
to me
book.
And hear
it's
this.
really awesome.
From the beginning,
Just as
I
a
did
piece
not
of literature.
speak in secret.
Great.
From
Classic.
the time anything existed, I was there. And now the Lord G has sent me, endowed with his spirit. Odh, thus said the El, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I the El am your God, instructing you for your own benefit, guiding you in the way you should go. Lord, if only you would heed my commands. Then your prosperity would be like a river, your triumph like the waves of the sea. Your offspring would be as many as the sand, their issue as many as its grains. Their name would never be cut off or obliterated from before me. Go forth from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with loud shouting, announce this, bring out the word to the ends of the earth. Say, the El has redeemed his servant Jacob. Ord, they have known no thirst, though he led them through parched places. He made water flow for them from the rock. He cleaved the rock and water gushed forth. There is no safety aid the ill or the wicked. ORD 49 Listen, O coastlands, to me, and give heed, O nations afar. The El appointed me before I was born, he named me while I was in my mother's womb. ORD He made my mouth like a sharpened blade, he hid me in the shadow of his hand, and he made me like a polished arrow. He concealed me in his quiver. And he said to me, You are my servant, Israel in whom I glory. I thought, I have labored in vain, I have spent my strength for empty breath. But my case rested with the El, my recompense was in the hands of my God. ORD And now the El has resolved he who formed me in the womb to be his servant to bring back Jacob to himself, that Israel may be restored to him. And I have been honored in the sight of the El, my God has been my strength. Adored for he has said, It is too little that you should be my servant and that I raise up the tribes of Jacob and restore the survivors of Israel. I will also make you a light of nations, that my salvation may reach the ends of the earth. Thus said the El, the Redeemer of Israel, his Holy One, to the despised one, to the abhorred nations, to the slave of rulers, kings shall see and stand up. Nobles, and they shall prostrate themselves to the honor of the El, who is faithful, to the Holy One of Israel who chose you. ORD Beword thus said the El, in an hour of favor I answer you, and on a day of salvation I help you. I created you and appointed you a covenant people restoring the land, allotting anew the desolate holdings. ORDC saying to the prisoners, Go free, to those who are in darkness, show yourselves. They shall pasture along the roads, on every bare heights shall be their pasture. They shall not hunger or thirst, hot wind and sun shall not strike them. For he who loves them will lead them, he will guide them to springs of water. I will make all my mountains a road, and my highways shall be built up. Look. These are coming from afar, these from the north and the west, and these from the land of Sinim. Shout, O heavens, and rejoice, O earth. Break into shouting, O hills. For the El has comforted his people, and has taken back his afflicted ones in love. ORD Zion says, the El has forsaken me, my Lord has forgotten me. ORD Can a woman forget her baby, or the son the child of her womb? Though she might forget, I never could forget you. See, I have engraved you on the palms of my hands, your walls are ever before me. Swiftly your children are coming. Those who ravage and ruined you shall leave you. Look up all around you and see, they are all assembled, are come to you. As I live declares the El, you shall don them all like jewels, deck yourself with them like a bride. ORD As for your ruins and desolate places and your land laid waste, you shall soon be crowded with settlers, while destroyers stay far from you. The children you thought you had lost shall yet say in your hearing, the place is too crowded for me. Make room for me to settle. And you will say to yourself, who bore these for me when I was bereaved and barren, exiled and disdained by whom, then, were these reared? I was left all alone, and where have these been? Thus said the Lord G, I will raise my hand to nations and lift up my ensign to peoples. And they shall bring your sons in their bosoms, and carry your daughters on their backs. OD Kings shall tend your children, their queens shall serve you as nurses. They shall bow to you, face to the ground, and lick the dust of your feet. And you shall know that I am the El, those who trust in me shall not be shamed. ORD Can spoil be taken from a warrior, or captives retrieved from a victor? Yet thus said the El, captives shall be taken from a warrior and spoil shall be retrieved from a tyrant. For will contend with your adversaries, and will deliver your children. I will make your oppressors eat their own flesh, they shall be drunk with their own blood as with wine. And all mankind shall know that I the El am your Savior, the mighty one of Jacob, your Redeemer. ORD 50 Thus said the El, where is the bill of divorce of your mother whom I dismissed? And which of my creditors was it to whom I sold you off? You were only sold off for your sins, and your mother dismissed for your crimes. ORD Why, when I came, was no one there? Why, when I called, would none respond? Is my arm, then, too short to rescue? Have I not the power to save? With a mere rebuke I dry up the sea, and turn rivers into desert. Their fish stink from lack of water. They lie dead of thirst. Be I clothe the skies in blackness and make the raiment sackcloth. The Lord G gave me a skilled tongue, to know how to speak timely words to the weary. Morning by morning, he rouses my ear to give heed like disciples. ODC the Lord G opened my ears, and I did not disobey, I did not run away. Odd I offered my back to the floggers, and my cheeks to those who tore out my hair. I did not hide my face from insult and spittle. But the Lord G will help me, therefore I feel no disgrace. Therefore I have set my face like flint, and I know I shall not be shamed. OD my vindicator is at hand, who dares contend with me? Let us stand up together. Who would be my opponent? Let him approach me. Lo, the Lord
A
G
redox
will help me, who can get a verdict
with a
against me.
minigun.
They shall all wear out like a garment, the moth shall consume them. OD who among you reveres the ale and heeds the voice of his servant? Though he walk in darkness and have no light, let him trust in the name of the ale and rely upon his God. Our Lord, but you are all kindlers of fire, girding on firebrands. Walk by the blaze of your fire, by the brands that you have lit. This has come to you from my hand, you shall lie down in pain. EC 51 Listen to me, you who pursue justice, you who seek the ale, look to the rock you were hewn from, to the quarry you were dug from. ORD look back to Abraham your father and to Sarah who brought you forth, for he was only one when I called him, but I blessed him and made him many. Truly the El has comforted Zion, comforted all her ruins. He has made her wilderness like Eden, her desert like the garden of the El. Gladness and joy shall abide there, thanksgiving and the sound of music. Our Lord, hearken to me, my people, and give ear to me, O my nation, for teaching shall go forth from me, my way for the light of peoples. In a moment I will bring it, the triumph I grant is near, the success I give has gone forth. My arms shall provide for the peoples. The coastlands shall trust in me, they shall look to my arm. See, raise your eyes to the heavens, and look upon the earth beneath, though the heavens should melt away like smoke, and the earth
Oh, and you're
like
mad?
a garment, and its inhabitants die out as well.
What do you want me to
victory shall
do?
stand
Lay down and
forever,
die?
my triumph shall remain unbroken. Do you listen
Friends,
to me,
buddy.
you who
Is there
care
somebody
for the
behind
right?
me?
Oh, people
No.
who lay my
Frickin'
instructions to
taser.
heart.
Wussy.
Fear not the
97,000
insults of men,
damage.
and
Oh,
be
yeah.
not dismayed at their jeers.
No problem.
For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, the worm shall eat them up like wool. But my triumph shall endure forever, my salvation through all the ages. Awake, awake, clothe yourself with splendor, O arm of the El. Awake as in days of old,
Look out.
as in former ages.
Chicken.
It was
Look,
you
that guy had
hacked
us
Rand in
frozen and he was
pieces,
like scared.
that pierced the dragon.
Scared to come around the
ORD,
corner.
it was you that dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep. That made the abysses of the sea a road the redeemed might walk. So let the ransomed of the El return, and come with shouting to Zion, crowned with joy everlasting. Let them attain joy and gladness, while sorrow and sighing flee. Lord, I am he who comforts you.
Went through my
What
fence like it
ails
wasn't
you that
there.
you fear man who must die, mortals who fare like grass? You have forgotten the El your maker, who stretched out the skies and made firm the earth. And you live all day in constant dread because of the rage of an oppressor who is aiming to cut you down. Yet of what account is the rage of an oppressor? ORD, quickly the crouching one is freed. He is not cut down and slain, and he shall not want for food. For I the El your God, who stirs up the sea into roaring waves, whose name is El of hosts, or Lord, have put my words in your mouth and sheltered you with my hand. I, who planted the skies and made firm
Just
the
clicked the
earth,
wrong button, I
have
think.
said to Zion, you are my people. Rouse yourself. Arise, O Jerusalem, you who from the El's hand have drunk the cup of his wrath, you who
I
have
want this
drained to the
match.
dregs the bowl, the cup of reeling. ORD, she
that
has
dropped
none
out.
to guide her of all the sons she bore. None takes her by the hand,
Or maybe this
of
is
all
the server
sons she
maintenance.
reared. These two things have befallen you, rack and ruin. Who can console you? famine and sword, oh shall I comfort
Bots.
you? Your sons lie in a swoon at the corner of every street like an antelope caught in a net, drunk with the wrath of the El, with the rebuke of your God. ORD therefore, listen to this, unhappy one, who are drunk, but not with wine. Thus said the El, your Lord, your God who champions his people, hear what I take from your hand, the cup of reeling, the bowl, the cup of my wrath. You shall never drink it again. Or I will put it in the hands of your tormentors, who have commanded you, get down, that we may walk over you, so that you made your back like the ground, like a street for passers-by. 52 Awake, awake, O Zion! Clothe yourself in splendor. Put on your robes of majesty, Jerusalem, holy city. For the uncircumcised and the unclean shall never enter you again. Arise, shake off the dust, sit on your throne, Jerusalem. Loose the bonds from your neck, O captive one, fair Zion. For thus said the El, you were sold for no price, and shall be redeemed without money. ORD for thus said the Lord G, of old, my people went down to Egypt to sojourn there. But Assyria has robbed them, giving nothing in return. OD what therefore do I gain here? Declares the El, for my people has been carried off for nothing, their mockers howl, declares the El, and constantly, unceasingly, my name is reviled. Assuredly, my people shall learn my name, assuredly they shall learn on that day that I, the one who promised, am now at hand. How welcome on the mountain are the footsteps of the herald, announcing happiness, heralding good fortune, announcing victory,
Zero.
telling Zion, your God is king. Hark! Your watchmen raise their voices, as one they shout for joy. For every eye shall behold the El's return to Zion. ORD raise a shout together, O ruins of Jerusalem. For the El will comfort his people, will redeem Jerusalem. ORD the El will bear his holy arm in the sight of all the nations, and the very ends of earth shall see the victory of our God. ORD turn away, touch not unclean as you depart from there. Keep pure, as you go forth from there, you who bear the vessels of the El, ORD for you will not depart in haste, nor will you leave in flight. For the El is marching before you, the God of Israel is your rear guard. ORD indeed, my servant shall prosper, be exalted and raised to great heights. Just as the many were appalled at him, so marred was his appearance, unlike that of man, his form, beyond human semblance, just so he shall startle many nations. Kings shall be silenced because of him, for they shall see what has not been told them, shall behold what they never have heard. 53. Who can believe what we have heard? Upon whom has the arm of the El been revealed? ORD 8 for he has grown, by his favor, like a tree crown, like a tree trunk out of arid ground. He had no form or beauty, that we should look at him, no charm, that we should find him pleasing. He was despised, shunned by men, a man of
Eunuch.
suffering, familiar with disease. As one who hid his face from us, he was despised, we held him of no account. BC Yet it was our sickness that he was bearing, our suffering that he endured. We accounted him plagued, smitten and afflicted by God. But he was wounded because of our sins, crushed because of our iniquities. He bore the chastisement that made us whole, and by his bruises we were healed. We all went astray like sheep, each going his own way. And the El visited upon him the guilt of all of us. ORD he was maltreated, yet he was submissive, he did not open his mouth. Like a sheep being led to slaughter, like a ewe, dumb before those who shear her, he did not open his mouth. By oppressive judgment he was taken away, who could describe his abode? For he was cut off from the land of the living through the sin of my people, who deserved the punishment. And his grave was set among the wicked, and with the rich, in his death, though he had done no injustice and had spoken no falsehood. But the El chose to crush him by disease, that, if he made himself an offering for guilt, he might see offspring and have long life, and that through him the El's purpose might prosper. ORD beard out of his anguish he shall see it. He shall enjoy it to the full through his devotion. My righteous servant makes the many righteous, it is their punishment that he bears. Assuredly, I will give him the many as his portion, he shall receive the multitude as his spoil. For he exposed himself to death and was numbered among the sinners, whereas he bore the guilt of the many and made intercession for sinners. 54 Shout, O barren one, you who bore no child.
No.
Shout aloud for joy, you who did not travail. For the children of the wife forlorn shall outnumber those of the espoused. Aid the Lord, enlarge the site of your tent, extend the size of your dwelling, do not stint. Lengthen the ropes, and drive the pegs firm. For you shall spread out to the right and the left. Your offspring shall dispossess nations and shall people the desolate towns. Fear not, you shall not be shamed. Do not cringe, you shall not be disgraced. For you shall forget the reproach of your youth, and remember no more the shame of your widowhood. For he who made you will espouse you, his name is El of hosts. The Holy One of Israel will redeem you, he is called God of all the earth. Lord, the El has called you back as a wife forlorn and forsaken. Can one cast off the wife of his youth? Aid your God. Lord, for a little while I forsook you, but with fast love I will bring you back. In slight anger, for a moment, I hid my face from you. But with kindness everlasting I will take you back in love. Aid the El your Redeemer. Lord, for this to me is like the waters of Noah, as I swore that the waters of Noah nevermore would flood the earth, so I swear that I will not be angry with you or rebuke you. For the mountains may move and the hills be shaken, but my loyalty shall never move from you, nor my covenant of friendship be shaken. ABL,
a minigun.
Back in love. ORD unhappy, storm-tossed one, uncomforted.
I don't have 194,000 damage.
Stones and make your foundations of sapphires. I will make your battlements of rubies, your gates of precious stones, the whole encircling wall of
I would love you
gems.
to die right now.
And
Yeah,
all your
you're
children
mad?
shall be disciples
You got
of the
all,
El,
you bought
and
all
great
that crap?
shall
No
be
wonder
the
you're mad.
happiness of your children. Lord, you shall be established through righteousness. You shall be safe from oppression, and shall have no fear from ruin, and it shall not come near you. Surely no harm can be done without my consent. Whoever would harm you shall fall because of you. It is I who created the smith to fan the charcoal fire and produce the tools for his work. So it is I who create the instruments of havoc. No weapon formed against you shall succeed, and every tongue that contends with you at law you shall defeat. Such is the lot of the servants of the El, such their triumph through me, declares the El. Lord 55 Ho, all who are thirsty, come for water, even if you have no money. Come, buy food and eat, buy food without money, wine and milk without cost. Why do you spend money for what is not bread, your earnings for what does not satisfy? Give heed to me, and you shall eat choice food and enjoy the richest viands. Incline your ear and come to me. Hearken, and you shall be revived. And I will make with you an everlasting covenant, the enduring loyalty promised to David. As I made him a leader of peoples, a prince and commander of peoples, so you shall summon a nation you did not know, and a nation that did not know you shall come running to you for the sake of the El your God, the Holy One of Israel who has glorified you. Lord, seek the El while he can be found, call to him while he is near. Lord, let the wicked give up his ways, the sinful man his plans. Let him turn back to the El, and he will pardon him. To our God, for he freely forgives. Lord, for my plans are not your plans, nor are my ways your ways, declares the Lord, but as the heavens are high above the earth, so are my ways high above your ways and my plans above your plans. For as the rain or snow drops from heaven and returns not there, but soaks the earth and makes it bring forth vegetation, yielding seed for sowing and bread for eating, so is the word that issues from my mouth. It does not come back to me unfulfilled, but performs what I purpose, achieves what I sent it to do. Yea, you shall lead in joy and be led home secure. Before you, mount and hill shall shout aloud, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the briar, a cypress shall rise. Instead of the nettle, a myrtle shall rise. These shall stand as a testimony to the El, as an everlasting sign that shall not perish. ORD 56 Thus said the El, observe what is right and do what is just. For soon my salvation shall come, and my deliverance be revealed. ORD Happy is the man who does this, the man who holds fast to it, who keeps the Sabbath and does not profane it, and stays his hand from doing any evil. Let not the foreigner say, who has attached himself to the El will keep me apart from his people. And let not the eunuch say, I am a withered tree. Lord, for thus said the El, as for the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths, who have chosen what I desire and hold fast to my covenant, I will give them, in my house and within my walls, a monument and a name better than sons or daughters. I will give them an everlasting name which shall not perish. As for the foreigners who attach themselves to the El, to minister to him, and to love the name of the El, to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it, and who hold fast to my covenant, Lord, I will bring them to my sacred mount and let them rejoice in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and sacrifices shall be welcome on my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. Thus declares the Lord G, who gathers the dispersed of Israel, I will gather still more to those already gathered. OD all you wild beasts, come and devour, all you beasts of the forest. The watchmen are blind, all of them, they perceive nothing. They are all dumb dogs that cannot bark. They lie sprawling, they love to drowse. Moreover, the dogs are greedy. They never know satiety. As for the shepherds, they know not what it is to give heed. Everyone has turned his own way, every last one seeks his own advantage. See, come, I'll get some wine. Let us swill liquor. And tomorrow will be just the same, or even much grander. 57 The righteous man perishes, and no one considers. Pious men are taken away, and no one gives thought that because of evil the righteous was taken away. Yet he shall come to peace, he shall have rest on his couch who walked straight forward. But as for you, come closer, you sons of a sorceress, you offspring of an adulterer and a harlot. With whom do you act so familiarly? At whom do you open your mouth and stick out your tongue? Why, you are children of iniquity, offspring of treachery, you who inflame yourselves among the terebinths, under every verdant tree. Who slaughtered children in the wadis, among the clefts of the rocks. With such are your share and portion, they are your allotment. To them you have poured out libations, presented offerings. Should I relent in the face of this? On a high and lofty hill you have set your couch. There, too, you have gone up to perform sacrifices. Behind the door and doorposts you have directed your thoughts. Abandoning me, you have gone up on the couch you made so wide. You have made a covenant with them, you have loved bedding with them. You have chosen lust. You have approached the king with oil, you have provided many perfumes. And you have sent your envoys afar, even down to the netherworld.
Thanks, McAlpha. That was really fun.
You never said, I give up. You found gratification for your lust, and so you never cared. Whom do you dread and fear, that you tell lies? But you gave no thought to me, you paid no heed. It is because I have stood idly by so long that you have no fear of me. I hereby pronounce judgment upon your deeds. Your assorted idols shall not avail you, Amen shall not save you when you cry out. They shall all be borne off by the wind, snatched away by a breeze. But those who trust in me shall inherit the land and possess my sacred mount. The El says, build up a highway. Clear a road. Remove all obstacles from the road of my people. ORD for thus said he who high aloft forever dwells, whose name is holy, I dwell on high, in holiness. Yet with the contrite and the lowly in spirit, reviving the spirits of the lowly, reviving the hearts of the contrite. For I will not always contend, I will not be angry forever, nay, I who make spirits flag, also create the breath of life. For their sinful greed I was angry. I struck them and turned away in my wrath. Though stubborn, they follow the way of their hearts. I note how they fare and will heal them. I will guide them and mete out solace to them, and to the mourners among them heartening, comforting words. It shall be well, well with the far and the near, aid the ill, and I will heal them. Ord, but the wicked are like the troubled sea which cannot rest, whose waters toss up mire and mud. There is no safety aid, my God, for the wicked. 58 Cry with full throat, without restraint. Raise your voice like a ram's horn. Declare to my people their transgression, to the house of Jacob their sin. To be sure, they seek me daily, eager to learn my ways. Like a nation that does what is right, that has not abandoned the laws of its God, they ask me for the right way, they are eager for the nearness of God. Why, when we fasted, did you not see? When we starved our bodies, did you pay no heed? Because on your fast day you see to your business and oppress all your laborers. Because you fast in strife and contention, and you strike with a wicked fist. Your fasting today is not such as to make your voice heard on high.
Gonna die.
Is such the fast I desire, a
Thank
day
you,
for
Suck.
men to starve their
You
bodies?
suck.
Is it bowing the head like a bulrush and lying in
Thank you,
sackcloth and
Suck.
ashes? Do you call that a fast, a day
Oh,
when the
God.
ill is favorable? Ord, no, this is the fast I desire, to unlock fetters of wickedness, and untie the cords of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free. To break off every yoke. It is to share your bread with the hungry,
Backwards.
and to take the wretched poor into your home. When you see the naked, to clothe him, and not to ignore your own kin. Then shall your light burst through like the dawn, and your healing spring up quickly. Your vindicator shall march before you, the presence of the elf shall be your rear guard. Ord, then, when you call, the elf will answer. When you cry, he will say, Here I am. If you banish the yoke from your midst, with menacing hand, and evil speech, Ord, and you offer your compassion to the hungry and satisfy the famished creature, then shall your light shine in darkness, and your gloom shall be like
Come on.
noonday. The El will guide you always. He will slake your thirst in parched places and give strength to your bones. You shall be like a watered garden, like a spring whose waters do not fail. Ord, men from your midst shall rebuild ancient ruins, you shall restore foundations laid long ago. And you shall be called repairer of fallen walls, restorer of lanes for habitation. If you refrain from trampling the Sabbath, from pursuing your affairs on my holy day. If you call the Sabbath delight, the El's holy day honored. And if you honor it and go not your ways, nor look to your affairs, nor strike bargains, or then you can seek the favor of the El. I will set you astride the heights of the earth, and let you enjoy the heritage of your father Jacob, for the mouth of the El has spoken. Ord 459 No, the El's arm is not too short to save, or his ear too dull to hear. Ord, but your iniquities have been a barrier between you and your God, your sins have made him turn his face away and refuse to hear you. For your hands are defiled with crime and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips speak falsehood, your tongue utters treachery. No one sues justly or pleads honestly. They rely on emptiness and speak falsehood, conceiving wrong and begetting evil. They hatch adder's eggs and weave spider webs. He who eats of those eggs will die, and if one is crushed, it hatches out a viper. Their webs will not serve as a garment, what they make cannot serve as clothing. Their deeds are deeds of mischief, their hands commit lawless acts, their feet run after evil, they hasten to shed the blood of the innocent. Their plans are plans
Yeah, but
of
we must
mischief,
survive, though.
destructiveness and injury are on their roads. They do not care for the way of integrity, there is no justice on their paths, they make their courses crooked, no one who walks in them cares for integrity. That is why redress is far from us, and vindication does not reach us. We hope for light, and lo, there is darkness. For a gleam, and we must walk in gloom. We grope, like blind men along a wall. Like those without eyes we grope. We stumble at noon, as if in darkness. Among the sturdy, we are like the dead. We all growl like bears and moan like doves. We hope for redress, and there is none. for victory, and it is far from us. For our many sins are before you, our guilt testifies against us. We are aware of our sins, and we know well our iniquities, rebellion, faithlessness to the El, and turning away from our God, planning fraud and treachery, conceiving lies and uttering them with the throat. ORD, and so redress is turned back and vindication stays afar, because honesty stumbles in the public square and uprightness cannot enter. Honesty has been lacking, he who turns away from evil is despoiled. The El saw and was displeased that there was no redress. ORD, he saw that there was no man, he gazed long, but no one intervened. Then his own arm won him triumph, his victorious right hand supported him. He donned victory like a coat of mail, with a helmet of triumph on his head. He clothed himself with garments of retribution, wrapped himself in zeal as in a robe. According to their deserts, so shall he repay fury to his foes. He shall make requital to his enemies, requital to the distant lands. From the west, they shall revere the name of the El, and from the east, his presence. For he shall come like a hemmed-in stream which the wind of the El drives on. Adored he shall come as Redeemer to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn back from sin, declares the El. ORD, and this shall be my covenant with them, said the El, my spirit which is upon you, and the words which I have placed in your mouth, shall not be absent from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your children, nor from the mouth of your children's children, the El now on, for all time. Adored 60, arise, shine, for your light has dawned. The presence of the El has shone upon you. ORD, behold. Darkness shall cover the earth, and thick clouds the peoples. But upon you the El will shine, and his presence be seen over you. ORD, and nations shall walk by your light, kings, by your shining radiance. Raise your eyes and look about, they have all gathered and come to you. Your sons shall be brought from afar, your daughters like babes on shoulders. As you behold, you will glow. Your heart will throb and thrill, for the wealth of the sea shall pass on to you, the riches of nations shall flow to you. Dust clouds of camels shall cover you, dromedaries of Midian and Ephah. They all shall come from Sheba. They shall bear gold and frankincense, and shall herald the glories of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be assembled for you, the rams of Nebaioth shall serve your needs. They shall be welcome offerings on my altar, and I will add glory to my glorious house. Who are these that float like a cloud, like doves to their coasts? Behold, the coastlands await me, with ships of Tarshish in the lead, to bring your sons from afar, and their silver and gold as well, for the name of the El your God, for the Holy One of Israel, who has glorified you. Behold, aliens shall rebuild your walls, their kings shall wait upon you, for in anger I struck you down, but in favor I take you back. Your gates shall always stay open day and night, they shall never be shut, to let in the wealth of the nations, with their kings in procession. For the nation or the kingdom that does not serve you shall perish. Such nations shall be destroyed. The majesty of Lebanon shall come to you, cypress and pine and box, to adorn the site of my sanctuary, to glorify the place where my feet rest. Bowing before you, shall come the children of those who tormented you. Prostrate at the soles of your feet shall be all those who reviled you. And you shall be called City of the El, Zion of the Holy One of Israel. ORD, whereas you have been forsaken, rejected, with none passing through, I will make you a pride everlasting, a joy for age after age. You shall suck the milk of the nations, suckle at royal breasts. And you shall know that I the El am your Savior, I, the mighty one of Jacob, am your Redeemer. ORD, instead of copper I will bring gold, instead of iron I will bring silver. Instead of wood, copper. And instead of stone, iron. And I will appoint well-being as your government, prosperity as your officials. The cry violence shall no more be heard in your land, nor wreck and ruin within your borders. And you shall name your walls victory and your gates renown. No longer shall you need the sun for light by day, nor the shining of the moon for radiance by night. For the El shall be your light everlasting, your God shall be your glory. ORD your sun shall set no more, your moon no more withdraw. For the El shall be a light to you forever, and your days of mourning shall be ended. ORD and your people, all of them righteous, shall possess the land for all time. They are the shoot that I planted, my handiwork in which I glory. The smallest shall become a clan, the least, a mighty nation. IDL will speed it in due time. ORD 61 The Spirit of the Lord G is upon me, because the El has anointed me. He has sent me as a herald of joy to the humble, to bind up the wounded of heart, to proclaim release to the captives, liberation to the imprisoned. ODORD to proclaim a year of the El's favor and a day of vindication by our God. To comfort all who mourn. ORD to provide for the mourners in Zion, to give them a turban instead of ashes, the festive ointment instead of mourning, a garment of splendor instead of a drooping spirit. They shall be called terebinths of victory, planted by the El for his glory. Aord and they shall build the ancient ruins, raise up the desolations of old, and renew the ruined cities, the desolations of many ages. Strangers shall stand and pasture your flocks, aliens shall be your plowmen and vine trimmers. While you shall be called priests of the El, and turn servants of our God. You shall enjoy the wealth of nations and revel in their riches. ORD because your shame was double, men cried, disgrace is their portion assuredly, they shall have a double share in their land, joy shall be theirs for all time. Be for IDL of justice, I hate robbery with the burnt offering. I will pay them their wages faithfully, and make a covenant with them for all time. ORDC their offspring shall be known among the nations, their descendants in the midst of the peoples. All who see them shall recognize that they are a stock the El has blessed. Or I greatly rejoice in the El, my whole being exults in my God. For he has clothed me with garments of triumph, wrapped me in a robe of victory, like a bridegroom adorned with a turban, like a bride bedecked with her finery. ORD for as the earth brings forth her growth and a garden makes the seed shoot up, so the Lord G will make victory and renown shoot up in the presence of all the nations. OD 62 For the sake of Zion I will not be silent, for the sake of Jerusalem I will not be still, till her victory emerge resplendent and her triumph like a flaming torch. Nations shall see your victory, and every king your majesty. And you shall be called by a new name which the El himself shall bestow. ORD you shall be a glorious crown in the hand of the El, and a royal diadem in the palm of your God. ORD nevermore shall you be called forsaken, nor shall your land be called desolate. But you shall be called I delight in her, and your land espoused. For the El takes delight in you, and your land shall be espoused. ORD as a youth espouses a maiden, your sons shall espouse you. And as a bridegroom rejoices over his bride, so will your God rejoice over you. Upon your walls, O Jerusalem, I have set watchmen, who shall never be silent by day or by night. O you, the El's remembrancers, take no rest ORD and give no rest to him, until he establish Jerusalem and make her renowned on earth. The El has sworn by his right hand, by his mighty arm, nevermore will I give your new grain to your enemies for food, nor shall foreigners drink the new wine for which you have labored. ORD but those who harvest it shall eat it and give praise to the El. And those who gather it shall drink it in my sacred courts. ORD pass through the gates. Clear the road for the people. Build up the highway, remove the rocks. Raise an ensign over the peoples. See, the El has proclaimed to the end of the earth, announce to fair Zion, your deliverer is coming. See, his reward is with him, his recompense before him. ORD and they shall be called, the holy people, the redeemed of the El, and you shall be called, sought out, a city not forsaken. ORD 63 Who is this coming from Edom, in crimson garments from Bozrah? Who is this, majestic in attire, pressing forward in his great might? It is I, who contend victoriously, powerful to give triumph. AD, why is your clothing so red, your garments like his who treads grapes? I trod out of vintage alone. Of the peoples no man was with me. I trod them down in my anger, trampled them in my rage. Their lifeblood bespattered my garments, and all my clothing was stained. For I had planned a day of vengeance, and my year of redemption arrived. Then I looked, but there was none to help. I stared, but there was none to aid, so my own arm brought the triumph, and my own rage was my aid. I trampled peoples in my anger, I made them drunk with my rage, and I hurled their glory to the ground. I will recount the kind acts of the El, the praises of the El for all that the El has wrought for us, the vast bounty to the house of Israel that he bestowed upon them according to his mercy and his great kindness. Ordered or thought, surely they are my people, children who will not play false. So he was their deliverer. In all their troubles he was troubled, and the angel of his presence delivered them. In his love and pity he himself redeemed them, raised them, and exalted them all the days of old. But they rebelled, and grieved his Holy Spirit. Then he became their enemy, and himself made war against them. Then they remembered the ancient days, him, who pulled his people out of the water. Where is he who brought them up from the sea along with the shepherd of his flock? Where is he who put in their midst his Holy Spirit, who made his glorious arm march at the right hand of Moses, who divided the waters before them to make himself a name for all time, who led them through the deep so that they did not stumble as a horse in a desert, like a beast descending to the plain. 'Twas the Spirit of the El gave them rest. Thus did you shepherd your people to win for yourself a glorious name. O look down from heaven and see, from your holy and glorious height. Where is your zeal, your power? Your yearning and your love are being withheld from us. Surely you are our Father, though Abraham regard us not, and Israel recognize us not, you, O El, are our Father. From of old, your name is our Redeemer. El, do you make us stray from your ways, and turn our hearts away from revering you? Relent for the sake of your servants, the tribes that are your very own. Our foes have trampled your sanctuary, which your holy people possessed but a little while. And we have become as a people you never ruled, to which your name was never attached. If you would but tear open the heavens and come down, so that mountains would quake before you. 64 As when fire kindles brushwood, and fire makes water boil to make your name known to your adversaries, so that nations will tremble at your presence. When you did wonders we dared not hope for, you came down and mountains quaked before you. Such things had never been heard or noted. No eye has seen them, O God, but you act for those who trust in you. Yet you have struck him who would gladly do justice, and remember you in your ways. It is because you are angry that we have sinned. We have been steeped in them from of old, and can we be saved? See, we have all become like an unclean thing, and all our virtues like a filthy rag. We are all withering like leaves, and our iniquities, like a wind, carry us off. Yet no one invokes your name, rouses himself to cling to you. For you have hidden your face from us, and made us melt because of our iniquities. But now, O El, you are our Father. We are the clay, and you are the potter, we are all the work of your hands. Be not implacably angry, O El, do not remember iniquity forever. Look down to your people, to us all. Your holy cities have become a desert, Zion has become a desert, Jerusalem a desolation. Our holy temple, our pride, where our fathers praised you, has been consumed by fire, and all that was dear to us is ruined. At such things will you restrain yourself, O El, will you stand idly by and let us suffer so heavily? 65 I responded to those who did not ask, I was at hand to those who did not seek me. I said, here I am, to a nation that did not invoke my name. I constantly spread out my hands to a disloyal people, who walk the way that is not good, following their own designs. The people who provoke my anger, who continually, to my very face, sacrifice in gardens and burn incense on tiles. who sit inside tombs and pass the night in secret places, who eat the flesh of swine, with broth of unclean things in their bowls, who say, keep your distance. Don't come closer, for I would render you consecrated. Such things make my anger rage, like fire blazing all day long. You see, this is recorded before me. I will not stand idly by, but will repay, deliver their sins into their bosom, and the sins of their fathers as well. For they made offerings upon the mountains and affronted me upon the hills. I will count out their recompense in full, into their bosoms. Ord thus said the El, as, when new wine is present in the cluster, one says, don't destroy it. There's good in it, so will I do for the sake of my servants, and not destroy everything. Or I will bring forth offspring from Jacob, from Judah heirs to my mountains. My chosen ones shall take possession, my servants shall dwell thereon. Sharon shall become a pasture for flocks, and the valley of Acre a place for cattle to lie down, for my people who seek me. But as for you who forsake the El, who ignore my holy mountain, who set a table for luck and fill a mixing bowl for destiny, Ord I will destine you for the sword. You will all kneel down, to be slaughtered because, when I called, you did not answer, when I spoke, you would not listen. You did what I hold evil, and chose what I do not want. Assuredly, thus said the Lord G, my servants shall eat, and you shall hunger. My servants shall drink, and you shall thirst. My servants shall rejoice, and you shall be shamed. Od my servants shall shout in gladness, and you shall cry out in anguish, howling in heartbreak. You shall leave behind a name by which my chosen ones shall curse, so may the Lord G slay you. But his servants shall be given a different name. Od for whoever blesses himself in the land shall bless himself by the true God. And whoever swears in the land shall swear by the true God. The former troubles shall be forgotten, shall be hidden from my eyes. For behold, I am creating a new heaven and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered, they shall never come to mind. Be glad, then, and rejoice forever in what I am creating. For I shall create Jerusalem as a joy, and her people as a delight. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in her people. Never again shall be heard there the sounds of weeping and wailing. No more shall there be an infant or graybeard who does not live out his days. He who dies at 100 years shall be reckoned a youth, and he who fails to reach 100 shall be reckoned accursed. They shall build houses and dwell in them, they shall plant vineyards and enjoy their fruit. They shall not build for others to dwell in, or plant for others to enjoy. For the days of my people shall be as long as the days of a tree, my chosen ones shall outlive the work of their hands. They shall not toil to no purpose. They shall not bear children for terror, but they shall be a people blessed by the El, and their offspring shall remain with them. Jord before they pray, I will answer. While they are still speaking, I will respond. The wolf and the lamb shall graze together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the serpent's food shall be earth. In all my sacred mount nothing evil or vile shall be done. The Lord 66 Thus said the El, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Where could you build a house for me? What place could serve as my abode? Ord all this was made by my hand, and thus it all came into being, declares the El. Yet to such a one I look, to the poor and broken-hearted, who is concerned about my word. Ord is for those who slaughter oxen and slay humans, who sacrifice sheep and immolate dogs, who present as oblation the blood of swine, who offer incense and worship false gods just as they have chosen their ways and take pleasure in their abominations, so will I choose to mock them, to bring on them the very thing they dread. For I called and none responded, I spoke and none paid heed. They did what I deem evil and chose what I do not want. Hear the word of the El, you who are concerned about his word. Your kinsmen who hate you, who spurn you because of me, are saying, let the El manifest his presence, so that we may look upon your joy. But theirs shall be the shame. Lord, hark, tumult from the city, thunder from the temple. It is the thunder of the El as he deals retribution to his foes. Ord, before she labored, she was delivered. Before her pangs came, she bore a son. Whoever heard the like? Whoever witnessed such events? Can a land pass through travail in a single day? Or is a nation born all at once? Yet Zion travailed and at once bore her children. Shall I who bring on labor not bring about birth? Ace the El. Shall I who cause birth shut the womb? Aid your God. Ord, rejoice with Jerusalem and be glad for her, all you who love her. Join in her jubilation, all you who mourned over her, that you may suck from her breast consolation to the full, that you may draw from her bosom glory to your delight. For thus said the El, I will extend to her prosperity like a stream, the wealth of nations like a wadi in flood. And you shall drink of it. You shall be carried on shoulders and dandled upon knees. Ord, as a mother comforts her son, so I will comfort you. You shall find comfort in Jerusalem. You shall see and your heart shall rejoice, your limbs shall flourish like grass. The power of the El shall be revealed in behalf of his servants. But he shall rage against his foes. ORDC, the El is coming with fire, his chariots are like a whirlwind to vent his anger in fury, his rebuke in flaming fire. ORD, for with fire will the El contend, with his sword, against all flesh. And many shall be the slain of the El. Adored those who sanctify and purify themselves to enter the groves, imitating one in the center, eating the flesh of the swine, the reptile, and the mouse, shall one and all come to an end, declares the El, for I know their deeds and purposes. The time has come to gather all the nations and tongues. They shall come and behold my glory. I will set a sign among them, and send from them survivors to the nations, to Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, draw the bow, Tubal, Javan, and the distant coasts, that have never heard my fame nor beheld my glory. They shall declare my glory among these nations. And out of all the nations, said the El, they shall bring all your brothers on horses, in chariots and drays, on mules and dromedaries, to Jerusalem my holy mountain, as an offering to the Elest, as the Israelites bring an offering in a pure vessel to the house of the El, ordered, and from them likewise I will take some to be Levitical priests, said the El. For as the new heaven and the new earth which I will make shall endure by my will, declares the El, so shall your seed and your name endure. ORD, and new moon after new moon, and Sabbath after Sabbath, all flesh shall come to worship me, aid the Lord. They shall go out and gaze on the corpses of the men who rebelled against me. Their worms shall not die, nor their fire be quenched. They shall be a horror to all flesh. And new moon after new moon, and Sabbath after Sabbath, all flesh shall come to worship me, aid the Lord.
Alright, great. So yeah, I just couldn't bear to end that when it was so close to the end of the text. But that's it, and we're getting together to go to work, and I'll try to get back on